Any better now? Okay. I had to update audio drivers and that breaks OBS apparently. Um, so I know I'm a half hour late. This evening has been a bit frustrating because we had some trouble with the animals today. Some dog stuff with neighbors, and it's a whole thing that I'm not going to be talking about or getting into beyond just there was some issues between dogs and neighbors. In addition to that, Peach has been having some minor health medical stuff lately. I can talk about that a bit more here in a little while. Nothing crazy, but just stuff that needs attention. And so some of this changed right before stream, like right as I was about to go live, which is why things are 30 minutes late. I need a little bit more time, anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes probably. But I didn't want to just wait another 30 minutes before starting. And I didn't want to just like send it out as a Discord notification because I know not everybody that watches the streams are in the Discord. So I just wanted to go ahead and start the stream. We're going to hit the BRB screen for anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes. I wish I could tell you exactly how long it's going to be. It's going to be a little while. I'm sorry. I am not a professional streamer for this exact reason. I make YouTube videos. I don't do that professionally either, but I make YouTube videos, and that's the main concern. My life is not quite in a place where this, is always going to be perfectly consistent. If because I can't make any guarantees about anything, you feel like you would rather just close the stream and not come back for the rest of the evening, I understand that. I totally get that. And I'm not offended in the slightest. So do what you need to do. I doubt anything revolutionary is going to happen today. I'll be honest with you. It's a bad thing for a streamer to say. There's a solid chance today's stream will be at least a little boring because it's going to be spending a lot of time staring at like wiki pages and just like talking and thinking about things. Probably not a ton of gameplay actually happening, and any that does would be like boring and repetitive. So, you're not going to miss much today, but I do still want to stream because I had a stream on the schedule and I'm still going to. But I do need to step away for a little bit longer to finish up working on and dealing with some other stuff. I'm going to throw music on. I'm not going to be monitoring the playlist at all. If it hits a track you don't care for, if it's a longer one, just mute it, And like I said, if you don't want to stick around, if today we end up with 3 viewers by the time I get back, that's okay. No, the VOD will go up. And if you're seeing this on the VOD, hello, you can use your playhead at the bottom to find where the stream actually starts. I'm sure someone has put a comment timestamping it. And you can just jump in there. So appreciate your all's patience, and I'll be back in a little while. Asterisk, whatever that ends up being. So appreciate y'all. I am going to... Let's not start Mirror of the Beast theme. Charmed Ridge, that's a good one to start with. I'm gonna pull the music up. Let me make sure it's actually playing, because apparently everything's wonky. It is. You probably can barely hear me at this point. I'll be back in just a little bit. Thank y'all again. Hello, everyone. Is my mic working? Okay, my mic's working. Sorry, today's been weird. But I appreciate the patience of everybody who's here. Welcome in, those who were willing to stick it out with me. I appreciate it. We are still playing Oblivion today, but today is not going to be the Oblivion we planned on. So I got some stuff to unpack, some stuff to talk about, that kind of stuff. Also, welcome in, Willow. How the heck you doing? Thanks for being here. I'm sorry that you've come by like the weirdest stream for me ever. It has just been, it's been a day. I'm not going to lie. It's been a day at the end of a week. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for popping in. I've watched some of your stuff, by the way. I have. So thank you for being here. That's really cool. Thank you. Again, sorry you picked a bad day for it. Also, I am like out of frame. It's embarrassing. Is it just a Zoom situation? I think it's just a Zoom situation. I think I pulled in a little too much today, and I'm sitting with a little bit better posture than normal. Got your latest video completed. Took 80 hours to record and 65 in post-processing. I think it's going to do really well. How are the doggos? I'll get into it in a minute. They're a handful. I am working on what is by far my most ambitious project to date. And it's beating the crap out of me. Actually, life's beating the crap out of me, and it's just not making it any better. I think it's kind of the thing. So I don't know when it's going to be done. But we'll see. But congrats on getting yours done. I'm looking forward to seeing. Looking forward to. Do you know when it's gonna come out? Be interested to hear when that's gonna be, so I can check it, make sure and not miss the release timing. I don't know if this helps, but life's beating me right now too. Yeah, it's that kind of, I guess just that kind of time of year. I don't know. So yeah, things are, for one, I just want to say things are okay. Life's been a lot lately, but like things are okay, you know, like things are fine. But, you know, dude, I can relate. I'm collabing with Zeke Plays for my most ambitious video yet. We already have 400 gigs of footage. The video's coming out tomorrow at noon. Sweet. Sweet. Well, props to you. I don't know when. I'm just trying to get mine done by the end of the month. I'm going to be real. But it's been a headache. Also, my computer is running, well, it's not necessarily running hot, but the fans are running overtime right now. Hoping that's okay. I changed some GPU settings. So yeah, let me unpack some stuff for everybody. Again, sorry that this is a weird stream for you to be here for, because it's going to take me a bit before we're actually into stuff. So I want to talk about some channel stuff with everybody, a couple of life things. I'm not going to go too much into detail on those just because, you know, personal life is personal life. We'll start with the dogs real quick. Dogs are fine. Generally speaking, they're doing okay. For anyone who's new and doesn't know, we have a 7-year-old golden retriever named Peach, Princess Peach. And we got a new golden retriever puppy like 3 weeks ago named Princess Rosalina. She is great, but she is a puppy. She is currently like 11 weeks old or something like that. She's just under 3 months old. And she's a handful by nature of being a puppy, obviously. And we're obviously like up and down throughout the night and stuff, taking her out and that kind of thing. So just generally battling sleep deprivation just makes life harder, for one. Again, it's not unexpected. It just makes everything feel like a bit more. What we're dealing with right now is twofold. For one, we have some issues with Oracle. Thank you so much for the super banana. Appreciate it. Right now we have some issues. There's some of her fur on this microphone from last time she was in here on stream. I apologize. There probably won't be any dog cams today just because of some of the stuff that's going on. We're having some neighbor issues where we have a neighbor who is just, I guess, religiously against the use of leashes or something. I don't know, but the area in which we take our dogs out to go to the bathroom, whenever you go outside, there's a 50-50 chance there's just a foreign animal in the space, which is just agitating to them in general. But also, Rosie's not up to date on all of her vaccines yet because she's still too young. We go in every 3 weeks. And so for her to be around other animals is also to be around other illnesses and that kind of stuff. Now, our dogs are both indoor dogs other than when we like take them out and stuff. And so we're just constantly battling this, like, hey, control your animals. This is not a space that they're supposed to be in. Remove them, stop them from being over here. Because every time we go out, there's more and more crap in the yard that is not coming from our dogs, and it's exposing them to potential illnesses, right? So that's, you know, problematic. Also, Turbulent Eddie over on Twitch, I am glad that you've been enjoying the Skyrim videos, and thank you for popping by stream. I appreciate it. Do you have leash laws where you live? Yes, but at the same time, I live somewhat in a somewhat remote area. Not super remote, but like it's harder to do things. And also generally with that kind of thing, right? Like the enforcing of it is just like, now I will say this is not a public space that they're not, I will say a correction because I saw that from Zipforth. It's not a public space. It is private property. It's just not their private property, right? So that's, let me be clear on that. They are letting animals go into private property that they don't own. This is not publicly owned property. It is privately owned property, but that they do not own or rent from. So that's the big issue there. And so that's a problem. The animals that they're letting into that space are, I'll just say, not the garden variety you would expect as well, which opens up the door for more illnesses. So we're fighting that battle, right? For one. Sometimes what's legal and what's not matters less than the fight that will occur if you try to enforce it. Right. Exactly. So yeah, so it causes issues. Is it a situation where you could report them? The question is just, I guess, is it a situation where action would be taken if I did? And the answer is most likely no. It's the kind of thing where like I could call animal control if their dog was like trying to get into our back door and was going to still be there when animal control showed up for them to then take the animals away or whatever. But like if I called animal control, they would show up, and by the time they got here, there would be no visual infraction happening, because I've had this in a similar situation before. Could you have a fence built? If I had a lot more money than I have right now, yeah. But that's kind of the problem, is it's like, why is it my financial burden because my neighbors are irresponsible, right? Anyway, I'm not going to go any more detail into it. I'm not asking for tips or solution here. We're handling it. It's just a frustration in the meantime, right? We're working it through it with our neighbor first, and then if we hit brick walls with them and they're just unwilling to, they've continually said, oh, we'll fix it, and then it continually isn't fixed. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not doing a fence donation goal. I appreciate it, but I'm not, this is not y'all's burden either. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm not asking for advice on this. I'm filling you in on what's going on. We are handling it. I promise that, you know, I'm very in the situation. I appreciate the empathy. I appreciate the concern. We're handling it. I'm just kind of letting you know what's going on that front. The other thing that we've run into issues with is, so we're not sure the root cause necessarily, but Peach has an injury on her tail where she has lost a lot of her fur in the area. It's probably like a heat spot kind of thing. We're not sure if it's from stress, if like having Rosie here has her too stressed, or if it's because when they play, which they've currently been separated to not be allowed to do until Peach is better. When they play, Rosie is a puppy. She's very mouthy, as puppies often are, and she has very sharp teeth. She chases her own tail. She chases Peach's tail, and she, like, you know, chomps at it, not trying to hurt her, not trying to bite down. Peach has never once whined or whimpered when Rosie's been playing with her, but we know her teeth and claws and stuff are really freaking sharp.
Crapawker became a member. Crapawker celebrates 7 months of membership. Hope my last 2 dorals will make your day better. _Magoo Peach.
Let's get some hype in chat for Aqua. Thank you so much for the 7 months. I do really appreciate it. So yeah, she's no harm intended by it, but we're thinking that most likely scenario is that at some point when they were playing, Rosie broke the skin on Peach's tail. Then that was bothering Peach, and so she started licking at it, which got it then irritated and has developed like a heat spot, made her loosen further and stuff. We're thinking that's most likely what's happened, but we haven't been able to rule out everything else yet. We haven't taken her to the vet for it yet, because we're seeing if it's going to become a vet problem or if it just needs some time to heal problem. And so we're, you know, that's also just a bummer. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on with the dogs. They're good otherwise. Like, they're fine. Like, Peach is not behaving any different other than she's lower energy because she's not feeling great. But like not even much, right? We did call the vet. Yes, we have been in contact with our vet and they told us not to bring her in yet. So we're not being irresponsible pet owners. I promise. Yes, that is a good clarification. So yeah, so there's that. There's dogs, right? That's just like logistical nightmare in life, but not like, whatever. Another thing I want to talk about, today is just like content map, right? Channel wise, things have been slower lately, and I'm aware of that. And I don't want y'all to think, by the way, if you don't already, you should look into pet insurance. Yeah, we have been, we go back and forth on it. So far, we're probably going to, especially because like I said, Peach is 7 and larger dogs tend to go, start hitting that older age thing at the like 10 to 12 year mark. So we've been looking into it. We just haven't yet at this juncture, but now that we have 2 dogs, we likely will. But I do, it's something that we're actively looking into, just haven't done yet because I'll be honest with you, it's like a mental bandwidth thing. Mostly at this point, it's just the effort of having to deal with it. We haven't gotten around to doing it. It's on the to-do list though. But I appreciate it. Let's talk about content stuff for a minute. So I am acknowledging openly that content on my channel has been slower for the last 2 months or so than what it was previously. I'm going to very quickly mention like why that's been the case a little bit. Although most of it I've already talked about and y'all already know. So this is going to be a very brief summary. And then, but with a couple of other little things in there so we can talk about like moving forward. So, and again, not looking for pet advice right now. We're moving on from that subject. And again, we've got our crap figured out. Amber, holy crap, do not, again, and also, I want to say,
Amber gifted Brandon Fetter a membership.
I'm unpacking stuff right now, but like, we're good. We're good, y'all. We're fine. Thank you so much. Genuinely, all the hype in the world for Amber. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm just saying, please, no one take this as me asking for financial support. Like, we're doing okay. We're fine.
Amber gifted James Parrish a membership.
Genuinely, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I would hate the idea of anybody being like,
Amber gifted Celeste a membership.
Whatever. I very much appreciate the generosity. Please, no one feel like, like that's necessary or being requested or anything like that. Seriously, but I really appreciate it. But again, we're cool. Out here e-begging, right? Like it's hard. It's genuinely a terrifying thing as a streamer to ride the line between like being open about like your life and stuff going on, if there's like if it's not all hunky-dory positive, while at the same time like not coming across as begging or as wanting that kind of stuff. I say it all the time and I'll say it again, no one ever feel any amount of pressure to do any financial. All my stuff is free and always will be. Don't ever feel financially motivated in any way, like to do, not financially motivated means something different, but like feel pressure to contribute financially. Again, anyone who does, it is appreciated. I don't want to take away. That's like, it's such a weird line because I don't want to take away from the people who are. It is, I appreciate you tremendously. I think you're wonderful. I also just don't want my thanks on one to look like pressure on the other. Fine line. I've beaten this horse to death by now. So thank you very much. Get some hype and everything. So content side of stuff, I promise I will stay on topic and then we'll play video games. So yeah, let's talk about the slowdown and where things have been. It's not an intentional slowdown, it's just busy life. That's the TLDR. So let's unpack it a little bit, right? So my last video, the Skyrim vomit whatever one, obviously that one took longer than my usual timeline to come out. That one took over a month to release. There was a full calendar month that passed where no video was released. There was no video released in May at all. But that was primarily because of a death in the family. I've talked about that plenty on the channel. We're not going to get into it again. If there's other VODs you can go look at if you want. It's bummer stuff anyway. That's the TLDR. It was just, a lot going on. Well, in between that video and the next one, for one, the next project I'm working on is, as I mentioned, the most ambitious one I've done. It's the Fallout 4 DLC no item challenge. For anybody who's around for those streams, you know how crazy all of that got and how much content there is to try and pack in. And you also know that challenge just the gameplay part is over 100 hours of footage. That's just completing the game. That's not counting my voiceover. That's not counting editing. That's not counting anything. There's 100 hours of crap to deal with baseline, which is about just under double my biggest before that, which was the first part of that same challenge when I did the main quest line. So yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, it's a run that literally had 2 separate characters. I went through it all twice. So it is it's a lot. I'm glad that people are excited for it. It's just obviously a lot to I'm taking a lot with it. So 2 things with this one that's making it go slower is that, for one, it's just a bigger project, and for 2, we got a puppy, right? And that's time demanding. On top of that, though, the part I haven't really mentioned, I have been personally struggling with motivation and navigating life a bit recently. It's just one of those things where, like, you know, you're juggling the balls of life. It's a terrible way to say that, but somebody throws another ball in for you to juggle, and it takes a second to kind of get recalibrated, and I'm taking that second. You know what I mean? Like, it's a bit. On top of that, though, I'm sure you all have noticed that my streams have been a bit less consistent lately. It is my desire to fix this, to get back to where things were, and maybe even where I would, you know, make some changes moving forward. The main reason is that, like, for one, the editing load, like, I'm always feeling like I'm trapped underneath it. There's been stuff going on with the dogs that has needed extra attention, and sometimes I'm just physically exhausted. I have been relying on caffeine more than any other point in my entire life to get by every day, which is not the best for my body, you know, and I'm just, you know, trying to get through it. At the same time, there is a secondary thing going on here, right? So for one, I right now have the DLC no item stuff, but also the Fallout 4 mouseless challenge, both just sitting there. So I have a ton of stuff to be editing, to the point that completing another challenge, especially like a shorter one or whatever, it's just adding more, just stacking more on top of a currently like falling, like a backlog that's already falling farther and farther behind. So a part of my life has to be balancing editing load with streaming load, because if I stream too much, I end up with a backlog I can never get through the edits on. If I edit too much, then I end up catching up to my streams and needing to edit a challenge I haven't finished, right? So that is like, there's a balance that I have to strike there. Got a content question. Does it take you more time to edit or to script VO? I always take longer on scripting and VO, and curious if other creators found that to be the same. So that's a good question. And the answer is, spoiler, a little bad telling on myself here, I don't script my videos. I don't script them. And almost all of my voiceover work was ad-libbed in the moment. Now, I put together an outline. So I know what my talking points are, but every time I record them, I say them differently. And sometimes I even just throw in an extra point or an extra joke or something. I'll write out specific jokes sometimes that I'm like, oh, I want to make sure this is in the video, when I'll just be like laying awake at night, trying to go to sleep, and be like, oh, I got a joke. Let me flip over and open a Google Doc and put it in there. So like I'll script out very specific things. I script out my intros to my videos pretty precisely like that, because that just matters a lot on YouTube. Your first 30 seconds and then your first 5 minutes, like those are very important. Those are a lot more scripted. From there on, a lot of it is with my voiceover recording is that I kind of wing it, and then I trim it later. And sometimes I'll go re-record if something didn't hit the way I wanted it to. Yeah, like Weird Tech, for example, from the last one. That was a joke that I had written down and intentionally put through there. Also in the last one, while I didn't script this part, I don't believe in the voiceover I ever used the same word for vomit twice. I made it my mission not to. What I had in that instance was a Google Doc with as many different euphemisms for vomit as I could come up with. And every time I used one, I crossed it off the list. And each time I was recording something, I just kind of knew a few different options and put whichever one felt more natural. So like that was very intentional and planned out, but it wasn't scripted. So mine's like a sort of a weird hybrid situation. The part of like getting the outline and stuff put together and knowing what to talk about doesn't take me too long. But the actual recording part of it takes me a lot longer than normal because it's not scripted. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I have more crappy takes. So what I do is I have a stool sitting over there, and I record all my stuff through this camera, through OBS, but I just set it on a different tripod and move my green screen over. And so I will have my keyboard sitting there on the stool, and I will have the space bar to hit to stop the recordings. And so what I will do is anytime I'm trying to get through a specific like chunk of my talking that I know is going to be like, needs to be cut in one, even though it won't be the same words every time, I will start recording. And until I get 1 to 2 takes that I feel like, yeah, that can go in the video, I will not stop recording. But as soon as I get one that I'm like, that one's great, that one's going in, I stop the recording and I start a new recording every time. And so whenever I go to edit, it saves me a lot of time because I just chop to the last one on every recording. And 99% of the time, that's the one I was going to go with anyway. And so it saves me time on the edit. But on the front end, though, that means sometimes I will spend like 20 minutes, 30 minutes trying to get one line that just, I packed too many words into, like, that I should have broken up. But I was like, I want all this to be one fluid thought. So I don't want to have to try and put a cut there. And I will spend like 30 minutes trying to say something that is way too wordy because that's how I am as a person, way too long-winded. And I need to just break apart, but I'm too stubborn to, and I've already like gotten in it and stuff. And by the end of it, I'm like, but if you listen closely, you'll know when those takes are because I sound and am dehydrated because I'll just keep going until I get it. So, you know, my process is a bit chaotic on that front. So my recording, like getting that part done takes a lot longer because of all that, but it does not come close to my editing time, like just straight up, because the editing takes longer because of the way I record that too, because it's not as succinct. Like there's way more footage than needs to be on a voiceover recording because there's so much crap in there I have to go delete. So my edits take way longer. Way longer for me personally. But that's also just because with every single take of my voiceover, I'm not just doing voiceover, I'm like editing my green screen footage and like moving it around and doing little animations and stuff. And those usually all take about as long as it took to record the thing, not counting everything else that goes into the edit. It's also weird what does and doesn't trip you up with voiceover. In this video, I had 15-second alliterating the letter M, did it in one take, then took 10 takes to say a simple sentence. Yeah, it's always weird, the stuff that gets you dehydrated. Great way to make us go back and rewatch your videos. I don't know how the main thing that you would ever notice, like actually listening to it on the audio, is if I ever record across 2 days. And there's I don't remember which video it was. There's one video where I was recording in the evening and then I didn't get done. And so I picked up recording the next morning and I sound so much different in the mornings because I just have way less energy. And so like midway of the video, there was like a noticeable difference. And I actually I redid one of the middle tracks. And I intentionally, like in the middle of the day, tried to kind of level my own personal voice in that moment between the flatness of the morning and the like higher height from the evening before, so that it was a gradual change. So I like re-recorded one line and tried to be energetic, but not too energetic, so that people wouldn't notice the change in tempo. That happens all the time with me. It sounds so different, like new MAGOO this. Yeah, no, I've hit that. I've also done the same thing where I had like lighting issues, where I was like, I recorded on 2 separate sessions and I realized I accidentally left a wrong light on. Or so like, for example, this footage right here, there's color grading on what you're looking at right now. Just a minor like color filtering. So I can show you just to make it look more true. So there's color correction on right now. You see that? You see that difference? It's not much, but it is a difference. Just like a warmer tone versus a cooler tone. You'll notice when I go to the cooler tone that over here, you can start to see the green screen screwing up. That's why the color filtering's on there. I pretty much saturated things a bit so that the green was a little bit more true, so it was easier to key out. And it makes my face a warmer tone because I use very white daylight light bulbs instead of the more yellowish ones. So that's on there. During one of my recording sessions for the video I'm working on right now, I accidentally left that filter on. I turned off the keying in the back. I turned off everything else. So like when I record my footage, I just record it raw footage. So like when I'm recording for a video, it looks like this effectively. Well, no, that part, there's not a curtain over there. I move this over. It is all green screen. So this is what my recording for the video looks like, but I'm like standing over there. And then I key it out in the editing. I don't like record it like this because OBS won't record it with a transparent background anyway. So if I was recording it like this, I would have to put in just like a green square behind me and then key it out twice, which just makes it look worse. But last time I recorded it like this instead of like this, right? Which isn't a big deal. You can tell it's very minor. The problem was that was my second recording session. So halfway through the video, the color of my face changes a little bit. And so then I had to go through one half of my footage and recolor grade the entire thing to match the first half of my footage because of one stupid mistake on my end. So, you know, Floor Lamp is the 4th most important character at MAGOO's content. We're working on a Floor Lamp emote. I probably should say it. I say we. Amelia, Mrs. MAGOO, is working on a Floor Lamp emote for me. So we will get one of those going at some point. Also, it's pointing the wrong way. That's also the reason that the green screen was looking a little worse today. So anyway, all of this to say, I just spent 3 hours uploading this video and it's demonetized. A bit I did with one of the oh, what game was this? A Cyberpunk thing, or was this, what game were you in? Well, yeah, because I saw people were talking about Cyberpunk earlier. Game got flagged. Time to blur and upload for another 3 hours. That sucks. I hate that. I hate that. Had you published it yet? So it was Cyberpunk. Okay, that makes. I feel like YouTube probably watches that one a little more closely. Had you already like published it, or you just had uploaded it to like run the checks and get everything on there? Because at least if that's the case, I always get really nervous about like if I post a video, don't realize a glaring issue until comments start coming through, and then it's like, oh my gosh, the initial like wave of views that YouTube determines if it's a good video or not already happened, and now I need to take I'm terrified of that. But I'm assuming if it was a YouTube catching it thing, it might have been like, is it your recent upload, or is it the one that's coming out next? Is it the one that you've been working on? I guess is my, if I can get my words out. But spent $10 in the creator music to use this song. Nasty little freak. I know it could be an issue, but the bit's hilarious. Anyway, yeah, it wasn't published. Well, at least it does give you the chance to fix it before, because re-uploading can be really confusing for like the, you know, people who are watching it and stuff. So that's good at least. So yeah, anyway, back to content stuff. This video is a behemoth and I'm working on it, but it's going to take longer to come out. Like it'll be, I think today is 1 calendar month since the last video. And if I could do a month and a half, I'll be pleased for this one. Was uploading to see if it would work. Well, at least you found out in advance. I know YouTube has a tendency to like go back and change stuff later. So I'm glad it like just caught it up front at least. I know it's a headache for sure, but at least it's not a worse headache, I guess. Silver lining. So yeah, in addition to this video being a behemoth and me taking time away from streams to work on that and being exhausted from life and all that stuff, here's my confession time, y'all. Let's talk. This comes back around to today's stream. Here's my confession time. I like the Oblivion Remastered, but I'm not finding myself as drawn to it as most games that I'm drawn to as a person. Especially in the realm of like streams and challenge run stuff, I'm not finding myself. So like with most of my challenge runs in between my streams, I spend like half of the time thinking about like different avenues I could take, different tactics I could use, that kind of stuff. I don't find myself thinking about Oblivion when I'm not playing Oblivion. If anything, a lot of times before my stream, I go, I'm not really feeling Oblivion today, but here we go. And it's not that I dislike the game. I really don't. I think it's really well made. I don't know. It hasn't grabbed me in the way that I'm wanting. And I think the main issue with that is that I think there's twofold, really. But let's start with the problematic one in general. And this also happened with Avowed. So like, this is just general. I'm not good at doing casual playthroughs on stream, y'all. I need some sort of weird objective to function, I think. Like desperately. You know what I'm saying? Like I spend way more time just jumping around aimlessly and chatting than actually like doing stuff, because like I need that objective for stream. I play games casually like on my own time a bit more, but honestly, even then I usually do some sort of weird challenge just when I'm chilling by myself. So like, he craves the weird tech. Yeah, a little bit. So the other thing about Oblivion in particular that's been a little bit frustrating is that like the reason that the challenge runs in Fallout and Skyrim are so satisfying for me is because of how much weird crap there is, right? That I can find this obscure perk that's like not very good and like build an entire run around it or whatever. The frustrating thing for me a little bit with Oblivion is that everything is such a gradual just general improvement to your character, right? You run and then you run faster, and then you jump and then you jump higher, and then you punch and then you punch harder. And yes, that is still the case in those other games as well. But then there's also stuff like freaking puke at the Skyrim one, but like that one was obviously a weird case. But there's stuff like the ghoulish perk that I could build an entire thing around that makes no sense because it's just a perk choice. It's not a slight improvement of a slight improvement of a slight improvement. You haven't messed with the spells. Well, the thing about that though is that like I also have to think in terms of challenge running, something that I can reasonably gain access to early on to use as like a thing that nobody's done before and all that kind of stuff. And that's the other thing is that like the cannibal perk, right? Like there's weird stuff you can do right out the gate. Like level 1 in Fallout 4, when you hit level 2, you can take any perk in the game, any rank 1 of any perk in the game. That's powerful for challenge runs. That's very powerful for challenge runs. Like that's just a different state, you know what I mean? And that's the reason I find challenge runs more satisfying in Fallout than Skyrim as well. Now Skyrim still has its fun weird crap, you know, but like it is just a different thing to try and sink your teeth into. And obviously the other thing is that like a lot of people have background on Oblivion that I don't personally, right? And so it makes it harder because realistically, for me to complete a challenge run that has not been done before in any meaningful way, it requires a level of understanding of this game that I don't have time to acquire, right? I just don't. There are a few weird tech things in Oblivion you can mess with, like the paintbrush trick. See, that's exactly my point. What the crap is the paintbrush trick? I don't know, but people already do. So the community is familiar with people messing around with this thing that I don't know about. So what am I going to bring to that somebody else hasn't already, right? I don't even know what it is. So like I would have to learn what it is and then somehow gain an understanding of it that people don't already have to do something unique and innovative with it. That's just a huge, like, people have decades of knowledge in this game at this point, or over a decade at least, that I cannot catch up on in a matter of weeks. It's not in the remaster at all. Okay, apparently it's also not in the remaster. But you get what I'm saying, right? Oblivion has a decade of finding all the broken things already. Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. So playing catch up on that is effectively, it is impossible with the amount of time that I have. So here's the thing, and the thing is, I'm not learning it as fast as I should be either, because I'm only playing it on stream, which means at best I'm playing it like 10 to 12 hours a week, which is gonna take forever to like gain any reasonable knowledge of what's out there. And I'm not super motivated on those streams because I'm motivated by the weird crap, and I'm not trying to figure anything out when I'm playing. I'm just playing the game, right? And I'm only figuring out just like how the game works. So all that to say, I've discovered that playing a game casually, just like a playthrough of a game that's not a challenge run, does not really function with my brain and how I approach streaming like at all. So here's what I want to try. You'll notice today is not my usual title day, whatever. Today is challenge run scouting, right? So here's what I want to do. You don't like to watch what? I don't like to watch you play it that much either. Thanks. I feel like that was an unnecessary comment there. Just throwing that out there. Could have kept that one to yourself. Because if you're just saying Oblivion in general, I got bad news for you. We're still playing Oblivion today. So you're free to leave. If you're waiting for me to end with, so I'm not playing Oblivion. That's not where we're headed. Sorry. Bye. But so what we're gonna do today, is I'm just going to be very transparent here. I don't see myself doing a ton of Oblivion challenge runs. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I don't see it happening that way. So what I am going to do instead, I'm going to try out the gate. Like I'm gonna try and do at least one. And I'm going to put everything I have into finding something that is unique. And I know that's hard on a game this old, even though it's not a game this old. It's a game that's new, but like to not just redo something somebody's already done in the original, right? I'm going to try everything I have to find something new. And I'm going to try everything I have to make it as wildly entertaining as possible. Because I don't know if I'll do it again. And so what we're going to do with this scouting stream is I'm effectively going to start challenges. I'm going to start challenges. They're going to be a timer, might be a death counter. We're going to start challenges that I reasonably do not believe will work. But we're just going to see what it feels like. Starting with the most ambitious and then working our way back from the cliff. So that's what today's going to look like a little bit. So it's potentially going to be very repetitive, potentially very boring at times. So sorry. Again, if this is your first stream on my channel, whoopsies. But we're going to get into it. What I would like to do, though, I would like there to be a future where I have my 2 streams a week that I do challenge running. And then I add other streams for things like casually playing a new game. Because like Outer Worlds 2 is coming out later this year. I'm going to want to play that on the channel, but I'm not going to challenge run it first thing. Or playing just like fun, different games that I'm not going to be making videos on or whatever. Or maybe even doing one stream challenges that are not like, that may or may not turn into a video if they seem like interesting, but they would be short videos. You know what I mean? Like they would be very different, not like a beat the entire game, but like a complete this weird objective kind of thing. I would like to mix it up a little bit, but in order to, like, I don't want to take away from what I'm doing right now. I would only want to add, and I don't think I'm quite there, like lifetime wise, to be able to do it, but that's hopefully on the horizon. So, is it suggestion time, Magoo? So, here's how today is going to work. I have a thing that I'm going to start with. Odds are we will not make it very far before I am like, nah, not worth it. But I have a thing I'm going to start with. Once that hits a brick wall, I'll let you know if I'm looking for suggestions or not. I have not pinned any messages about backseating and stuff today, and I am officially not caring as much about avoiding other opinions, because people just know more about this game than me, and there's no way I'm going to catch up. So if somebody has a suggestion on something, I'm more open to it than normal. Please don't try and like, I'm not going to like, don't try and orchestrate my every move. Like I need to try some crap. You know what I'm saying? I've hit a blah spot in Oblivion, so I'm curious what challenges you can even come up with, no matter if they're bangers or stinkers. The first one is a banger that will never be completed, and therefore it's a stinker. There will be multiple times today that I ask for opinions on things, and you are more than happy to answer them. If you have suggestions otherwise, I'm not going to get mad at you for making them. I also might completely ignore that you made them.
Wow, thanks.
Dad Joke Thursday, Cherry.
Dad Joke Thursday. What did the traffic light say to the car?
I don't know.
Don't look, I'm changing.
Don't look, I'm changing. Thank you so much, Cherry. For one, thank you for the super chat. Huge hype for the super chat. But arguably today, even more so, thank you for the dad joke. I needed it. So we are going to, and another thing, guess what, y'all? You're just gonna have to get over this one. I know I've been moving my face into the lower corner for Oblivion so you can see more dialogue. Dialogue don't matter for challenge runs. I'm going to be covering it. Sorry. That's it. That's that whole announcement. I've had I'm going to pause my music because I had other music in my ears. We're going to make a new character. And the first thing we're going to try is the most ambitious one that will not work, especially for somebody that has not even experienced the entire game yet. The first thing we're trying is itemless. Why not? If there's a chance this is the only one I do, which other only one would make sense to try? So the first thing I'm trying is not using items. We're going to be skipping all the cutscenes I've already seen. Because, you know, why not? Now, while you make a new character, I'm going to do a bit. I'm curious what that bit's going to be. So now, here's the thing about itemless. I recognize that the original Oblivion has been beaten that way. That's why the only thing I'm going to be attempting here is doing it on the remaster's hardest difficulty. Again, I said we're starting ambitious and we're working our way down. So that's what we're starting with. Let's see how that goes. If that's already been done in this game, send me a link. Glitchless, not committing to that yet. Not committing to that just yet. So I've actually been already thinking about this some.
Don't mind us. We're just over here juggling the balls of life.
Exactly, Clang. Let's get some hyper chat for Clang. Thank you for the 100 bits. So here's my thoughts regarding race. Okay, so for one, okay, this is a genuine question for anybody who knows. Okay, during my first playthrough, the only like main skill that I picked that was magic based, I believe, was illusion. I don't know, maybe I picked restoration, but I know I picked illusion, right? And I got that level 2 calming spell. I don't believe I bought that. I'm pretty sure I just got that from the beginning. When I know the starter spells of this game, the default starter spells to be the firebolt equivalent, I forget what it's called. The small healing spell and like clairvoyance, right? There was a fourth one, and I don't think I learned that anywhere. I don't recall. Did I pick up a book and learn that, or did I just have that? And if so, do you get a starter spell for any schools of magic that you directly pick? Is that a thing in this game? You know, humans are born with 4 kidneys. When they grow up, 2 of them become adult knees. Thank you, Amber. That was great. So do you get extra spells depending on what you pick? And if so, does anybody know what those freaking are? I have been looking. The problem is when you try and look up stuff on a wiki, you get the freaking Oblivion wiki, which is not always the same as this game. Starter spells depend on beginning class choice. Okay. Does anyone know if there is a link somewhere in the world that tells you what all those are? Starter stuff. So the starter stuff is still the same as... Because the thing is, I looked at that, but like... Okay. Okay, so is that accurate? Do we know that to be accurate? We're gonna look at it for now. Okay. Open very easy lock. Obviously useless. I'm trying to see if any of these could serve a purpose, because we can't buy spells if I can't use money. Okay. The other thing I had the question of, I'm under the assumption crafting spells I know is a thing. I don't understand how it works, but I'm assuming that there is no world in which you can craft, like, that there are items involved in that process, right? I've never done it. I actually have no idea how it is, but I'm assuming there's items involved in that, if someone could confirm. Protect, shield 5%. I mean, that's technically something. And alteration would give both of those. Obviously, very easy lock doesn't matter, but I mean, I guess it could. Turn undead if you pick conjuration. Summon skeleton with conjuration. That's tempting, actually. Because if I recall, summons are one of the few things that like kind of do scale beneficially to the player in higher difficulties. Which is one of the reasons I'm currently considering a Dark Elf. Because I know the Dark Elf greater power is a 60-second summon. So I am genuinely considering Dark Elf. I've also, I think the Red Guard, what is it called? The, whatever the Red Guard power is, could be beneficial as well. I considered the, well, we'll get to that in a minute. There is merit to Breton, potentially, because of spell absorption. I am curious about Breton as well. Right now, I think Breton, Dark Elf, Red Guard. I don't think Orcs Berserk sounded as good in this game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't like the sound of it a ton. But anyway, I think the summon from Dark Elf has merit. Let's see. You need Mage Tallow candles to craft spells, and you need to complete the Mage Guild quest to craft them otherwise. And that requires at least one Mage Guild quest specifically requires you get an item. If it's a quest item, it's allowed. I'm not bothering with quest items. Quest items are fine. So if it is an item that is strictly required for the quest and is not just like an item, then it's allowed. Adrenaline Rush. Thank you, Nate. Yes. Conjuration could be... So again, I guess I should be more specific. Are non-quest items involved? Cost money to craft spells. Boom. Done. Off the list. Thank you. That's all I needed. I missed your message first time, saw it the second time. Thanks for resending. Cool. Okay, so moving on. If you Destruction, you get Cold Touch in addition to the other one you get. So, like, you get an extra destruction spell. I mean, I don't know that that's worth it. 15 points of frost damage. I don't feel like... Because Flare's 6, but it's the frost one's a touch spell, so... Oh, Shocking Touch as well, so you get all 3. But they're... I don't know about that one, Chief. I just, like, in theory, good, but also in theory, bad. I'm still thinking that Unarmed is going to be probably better than what we're going to get off of starter spells from the Destruction tree, at least. Illusion, Soothing Touch, and Starlight. Did I have Starlight? I guess I did, but I ignored it because I was a Khajiit. Clairvoyance we all get. Dispel and Detect Life you get with Mysticism. That's not going to make a difference. Absorb Health. I did pick Restoration because I had Absorb Health in it. Or did I have Absorb Health? I think I did. Either way, probably not that good for us. Okay, so Conjuration, Destruction sound like the only ones worth considering. I was hoping Alteration would have something better than what it has, but there's just no scaling with that. Like, that doesn't really matter. Not that it's very fun, but the speedrun's basically over after the tutorial. Are you talking about just the Mage Guild side of things, or what? Money's needed for making spells. No, whether you call that an item. We're calling that an item. That's where we're starting. It's not in your inventory, really. Yeah, I know. We could look down that road if Path A does not work. Athletics and acrobatics as major skills. You're going to need movement. Yes, I was already planning on that. Entire game, you can finish it in under 10 minutes. And I'm guessing, do you have to... Yeah, we're not doing speedrun strats. That's not the initial plan, at least. Did you have clothes? You got to pick the character that looks best naked. Right. Unarmed actually has some use in Oblivion. That's the thing is, yeah, there is genuine, like... Yeah, there's scalability there, which is nice. So you'd pass on Destruction. I just feel like it's unlikely that we're ever going to have like enough magicka to actively support that, right? You also probably want to be Breton. Okay, so let's throw this out there, because again, I haven't played the entire main quest line. How prevalent is enemy offensive magic in the main quest line? Not like enemy offensive magic that it would, like, the magic absorption would make a difference to, right? I'm not talking about conjured weapons because I don't think it matters there or whatever. It's huge. Okay. Oh, y'all are thinking go all in on magic resistance. The thing, I don't know if I want to commit that hard. Objectively not as good for abilities, but Lizard Wizard. What do Argonians give on that front? Just the poison immunity? Brett Natronach, other people saying Brett and Lord. Without items, you won't be able to get 100% magic resist. I mean, we don't need 100% magic resist. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing, right? In many instances, magic users, again, I don't know what the higher level castings look like. Magic, because you got to realize my defense is based on dodging, not tanking, right? There's a world in which 90% magic resistance doesn't matter, and I'm still freaking dying anyway, right? So like we're really gearing around dodging attacks. So with that being the case, like, I don't know if I want to invest too much into magic resistance, because I feel like in a lot of instances, not all instances, but in a lot of instances from what I've seen, I can dodge a spell easier than I can dodge a sword when I'm trying to punch someone. Trying to get 100% Chameleon. I can't cast Chameleon. Like, I can't get that spell. So that doesn't help any. Might need the Dunmer Summon for the tutorial. The Dunmer Summon is very tempting. Enemies get pretty magical later on. Okay. Disease resistance and water breathing, which is very niche. Not sure how much chameleon magic is available without gold offhand. Yeah, I don't think it is. Also try not to level. I thought things didn't bump up until you hit like level 20, right? Let's just pick and start a thing, and then we can, like, we're going to probably come back to this screen a lot today. I'm feeling Dark Elf for Breton is just a tough choice here. So let's unpack here for a second. Breton, do they work any different in the remaster than the original? Anybody know? Is there any major changes there I should be aware of? Because I'm just looking at the wiki for the original because it's more accessible. They also get a bump to Conjuration, which if I'm going that direction would be nice. They get Fortify Magicka. They get Resist Magic 50%, which magic resistance has a cap of 85 anyway, right? Or is that not the case here? So it's not spell absorption. It is just resist magic, right? And then they just have a 50% shield on self power, which is good. If that's still true. Oh, goodness. There is a wiki specifically for the remaster, but it's not very complete. But let's see if it holds true with the other stuff. Breton magic resistance, dragon skin, enhanced magic. Okay, so it's saying it's all the same. Magic resistance has a cap in this game, right? You almost certainly want to stay at level 1. Why? I don't know about that. Yeah, we're not doing Atronach sign. I've looked into it, but it's not. We're not doing that. Because we're not going to be able to take enough hits to offset the lack of regen. 17 is when max level enemies spawn. Oh, really? Level 1 means the weakest enemies. I don't know. I think we're going to end up needing levels to some degree. I think it's going to be necessary. But we'll see. I'm not saying go super high, but I feel like 5 or so is probably going to be necessary, but we'll see. I'll trust y'all on the Breton thing to start, I suppose. I just feel like 50% magic resistance even. If I'm dying in one hit, it doesn't matter. Because again, max difficulty here. I might just be dying in one hit no matter what. Some quests can give you spells as well. But that would just be more levels is the problem. We'll try Breton for now. Like I said, let's just get in. I might end up resetting here because I might just need the Dark Elf summon. Okay, what is the... Open the stats. What's the difference between these two? It is speed reduction versus strength reduction. Oh, that sucks so bad. We need both of those high. We need both of those high really bad. Like, picking Breton means I'm leaning heavily into the magic side of things. What's the traits here? Bonus to speed, neutral strength, and I could reduce personality, and willpower is not great to have low, but it's better than having low agility, speed, and endurance. Ugh. Y'all, Breton's stat array sucks. It's just bad. Like, right? Like, Breton's stat lineup is just terrible. You can grind the abilities, though. The attributes aren't as vital for movement as the abilities are. The speed one definitely makes a difference. 50 Magicka? Yeah, but, like... I don't know about that one, y'all. I'm doubting your thought process here drastically. And what, other than the summon... Okay, here's a question. out of the heavy magic users that you're facing later in this game, what percentage of them are elements other than fire? Because don't forget, Dark Elf has a 75% fire resistance. So any fire magic, we're better off as a Dark Elf. Obviously, I know it's not all fire magic by any means, but I would assume a non-insignificant portion of it would be. Am I crazy there? Lightning from Spider Daedra. Well, that's one thing. What else? Remember that part is that these origins used to be gender locked. Wild. And a lightning atronach. I just feel like a non-insignificant 60-second summon and literally 20 extra speed and 10 extra strength. Casters are slightly more fire heavy, but basically 33%. I mean, that's still not insignificant there. Yo, I'm leaning hard Dark Elf. What, I know these can be grinded, but what do we get? Plus 15 Blade is useless, so that sucks. So it's plus 10 Mysticism and Light Armor. Yeah, the stat array down here is poo, but, like, those can all be grinded. These can't. These sign gives you 10 luck, which improves everything. Plus you get 10 more to... But, okay, we're probably not going Thief Sign. We're probably not going Thief Sign. I don't think that would make sense. I feel like we'd be missing other opportunities that we can get. Specifically, I'm very interested. What was it? I forget the names of all of them. Sorry, give me 1 second. For one, we could also, to a certain, offset. The Lord is tempting because it's not much, but it is just an actual defensive boost, right? I don't think we would get enough use out of Lover's Kiss, although I would consider it. That's not what I was looking at, though. I wish I could consider Serpent Spell, but it's poison damage, so I know that that's not going to be something I can rely on. Moon Shadow, screw that. Ritual, Mara's Gift, very tempting, because health restoration is going to be a problem, especially in combat. It's going to be a very big problem. That was the main one that I was tempted towards. I'm very tempted towards the Ritual. I'm also tempted towards Lord to a certain degree. I don't feel like Atronach could be considered. Because we're going to need Magicka regen. Because a lot of this is going to be running around and avoiding enemies while I wait for it to regen. The turn undead from Ritual affect all level undead if you don't have armor. Why is that? Oh, because it doesn't give like the reduction on it. That's also true. Dunmer add Vampirism. We're going to hold off on Vampirism for a while, but it's a consideration. Do Khajiit get hand-to-hand bonus? Not from what I was able to see, actually, in this game. I don't believe so. Which is kind of dumb. Dark Elf can probably do better at unarmed if you want to mix up the strat. I feel like it pigeonholes me a bit less, and they would do better on the conjuration side of things. Stark Reality. I don't know what Stark Reality is, Chucky. They should. 10 points. It's not on anything that I have seen. Not, again, I've just been Googling. But for some reason, people don't write that down in their descriptions. Bink, bink, ba-dink, dink. Skills, traits. It's not mentioned anywhere. If it's a thing, then it's a thing that nobody's talked about for some reason, like on any wikis. Exploring gets you buffs from the standing stones, which has you permanent skills to use, which might be worth looking into. Yeah, no, they will be. They will be looked into for sure. Keep wanting to say shark elf. And again, I might be wrong. I can't find any documented proof that that's a thing. Summon weapon and armor boons, but I don't know if you want to go for those. How would I get a summon weapon spell? How would I even get the spell? Dark reality, remove all inventory items in 300 feet on target. Oh, you just unequip somebody else? Oh, shoot. Doom and runestones give spells. What spells? Everyone and yourself? Oh, that's incredible. How screwed am I if I go to level 8? Not unequip, remove. How screwed am I if I go level 8? Would the summon weapon count as an item in your inventory? I wouldn't. Does it show up as one? Let's go Dark Elf. I feel way better about Dark Elf than Breton. I understand the obvious advantages to Breton, but I feel better about Dark Elf. Yeah, and you can repair it. Okay, then we can't use conjured weapons then. Yeah, if it appears as an item in your inventory, then that's going to be what the rule is. I feel like we go Dark Elf, and I can come back here if I regret that. Also drain 1 point of health for 60 seconds. Ooh, not bad. Because you get +10 to hand-to-hand skill. Oh, well, yeah, but we're not worried about that. We're talking about like +10, like do they have natural claw damage? Sorry, if you were just saying +10 to the skill, yes, I understand. They have a bonus to the skill. Yes. I thought you were saying like in Skyrim where they actually have like natural weapons that count as stuff. If you were saying plus to the skill, yes, my bad. That is on me. I misunderstood what was being said. Okay, let's and this is, yeah, we want to remove personality because who freaking cares? Okay, let's do this. I never finished an actual playthrough. I always try and do I usually do my first playthrough of a game as a man because, that me. Elderly's kind of funny. Don't know why. You know, let's do, for all of that kind of stuff, let's do a randomize and then change, like, the funnies. So we're going to go old, but, like, skin tone, complexion and stuff, I'm not going to change anything with. Wow, this is menacing. Okay, let's be surprised, because if this works, that's what we'll be. Huh? Yeah, that's what we're wanting. We're wanting very surprised. We're also wanting feeble. Okay, maybe not that much. We want to be approachable, you know. Let's just neutral most things out because I don't care a whole lot. Oh! No, listen, I have limits, and whatever that face shape was is my limit. I have to be able to take things seriously a little bit. We're not changing the chin because I don't care. Eyes, large eyes. We're very shocked. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah, no, those don't even work functionally unless they're... don't even... That is freaking me out. Yeah, let's just keep all these pretty neutral here. Can you change the way the eyes actually look? Oh, there we go. Tone. Okay, so these are like the whole... That's kind of cool looking. What are these down here? These are bloodshot. Well... Cat eyes? Sure, let's roll with that. Naked Grandma.
Talastastic became a member.
Talos, 10 months. Holy
Talastastic
crap,
celebrates
so
10 months of membership.
So much.
Talastastic became a member. Talastastic celebrates 10 months of membership.
Well played.
Talastastic became a member. Talastastic celebrates 10 months of membership. Well 10
played,
wonderful
Talos.
Months. Egg.
Well played, Talos. Let's get some hype in chat for Talos. Thank you for the 10 months as a shiny member, and well played on that announcement. That was well done. That was well done. That was well thought. While Naked Grandma is funny, I'm also not going to do it. Let's just skip to hair at this point. Boom. That so does not match that face. Do we have like a balding? Yeah, we're just like, or no, never mind. We still have. No, that one I feel like is on half. That looks more like a monk kind of situation. That's not what we're going for. We're just going for, that's too well kempt. Now we're talking. Now we're getting somewhere. This is what I want. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. This is like one half really old man, one half Dobby is a free elf. And I think I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with that. I had a sensible chuckle to myself when I thought of that. It was a good one, Talos. It was a really good one. Looks like we should toss him a septum. Exactly, but he won't pick it up. Salt and pepper. I don't think it matters when you're stark white. Yeah. Character name. Oh shoot, I haven't. This we're not gonna actually make it anywhere with this. This is gonna be. Darn it. He's not a free elf. He doesn't have any items, so no sock. He's also in prison, literally in prison. You have to be able to complete at least 150 pounds to complete the mage recommendation quest. So that's something you want to keep open. Actually, no, I think you can get around that. So never mind. Okie dokie. Baubles. Rudolph. No. John Fallout. No. No. Sewer Corpse. Oh gosh. This isn't going to matter. There's no shot I finish this run as this character. Just Martin Septum. That I feel like could get confusing, Zipforth. I played enough of the quest line. Oblivion. I mean, playing as an old man, Oblivion is kind of funny to me. It doesn't roll off the tongue, so I'm not going with it, but it is kind of funny. Mr. Nothing's Man. Item tore the covetous. Did you say Delph just for dark elf? Delph? Dork elf? Let's think. I don't know. He seems quite friendly, actually. The more looking at him, he seems like a nice guy. Empty pockets, McGee. That's to the point. Trying to think of who we've done in the past for item lists. So I think the main ones were just item not found and lookup failed, which were just like based on like error codes. And then we did can't hold'ems in New Vegas, which was great. Are you going for followers or no followers? Summons fine, followers not. That's where we're starting with. We'll see where that takes us. Nunmer like Dunmer. That's funny. I name him something menacing and evil just because he looks so nice. Let's see. I wish I knew more about Oblivion lore. I like Nunmer. We can do Nunmer. Nunmer the Dunmer. I can make jokes out of that. I can make jokes out of Nunmer the Dunmer. I don't know, he looks a little too friendly for me, but he is friendly. He's literally just gonna go be the world's punching bag. Oh, I'm gonna move my cursor and retype that. in the event that this ends up in a video, I need to have that typing without I have my cursor on it every time, and I use that as a shot for the video. Like just that box, and my cursor's over it every freaking time. All right, let's do Nunmer the Dunmer. Why not? Resistance to fire, sword and bow. That part's useless. Ancestral ghost, improved endurance. Those are all what we're after. He looks so nice, but he's just gonna be punching everyone. Are you gonna power level sneak or anything? I don't know. That sneak would be the most beneficial. We're gonna talk about that once we hit that point of character creation. All right. So first thing we're gonna do, ditch everything. Oh, cool. I love that we can just take the wrist irons off. Great security y'all have here. Here he is! Nunmer the Dunmer!
You, kinsman. I haven't seen another Dunmer in here.
Probably worth power leveling acrobatics at the start. Yeah, I already was planning on that.
You got a wife back home.
Hello?
Tell you what, I'm getting out of here in a couple of weeks.
What's up? What's going on? Okay, I'm here life or death. Can we get one or the other in? Oh gosh. You can give her slack a little bit. Sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. Chill, Rosie. Y'all, we're not going to be doing dog cam. They're not able to handle it today. Why is she acting like this? Could she hear me talking in here? Rosie, what the crap? Sorry, y'all. Give me 1 moment here. Give me 1 second. Oh, is she chewing on the chair? No. Amelia says sorry, but there's no need to apologize for our dog being insane. Yeah, sorry that she's being a nutcase. She's still coming down off the being worked up. Did she go out after? Do not chew on that. Don't chew on that either. Leave floor lamp alone. Floor lamp did nothing to deserve this. You think she'll meander back in there at this point? Where's her energy coming from today? She's had a lot of outside... Yeah, no, she's had a lot of energy burning time. She should be wearing out any time now. Yeah, you might want to... Oh, she's wrong side of that. This room is not puppy proofed at all. Okay. No, it's fine. I'm sorry that if my voice is causing problems. Alright, and what? Okay, will do. Amelia says hi and that she loves you all.
When I get back to Morrowind, I'll look her up.
Already leveled up acrobatics. We're level 7 acrobatics, y'all.
Don't you worry, hey?
We're level 8 acrobatics, y'all. Oh wait, hold on. Ooh, cheating right now, I think. Here? No, here? Okay. Time to regret life. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Quick saves. We have quick saves. And I will be abusing them. In all of his years, he's never jumped before today. He just realized he could, and he's excited about it. He's like when in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, when the grandpa gets out of bed for the first time and realizes he can do cartwheels. That's me. I don't know the grandpa's name, or I would have went with that.
What's this prisoner doing here? This cell is supposed to be off limits.
Off limits.
Usual mix-up with the watch.
Never mind. Get that gate open.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This whole thing, like the only thing that's gonna make this novel is that I'm doing it on a stupidly impossible difficulty.
No sign of pursuit, sir.
He's been weighed down by items all of his life. I know he's experiencing freedom for the first time. Yeah, like this, I'm 100% assuming this to not be possible. For the record, I don't think this works.
Let me see your face. You are the one from my dream. Then that God.
Okay, we're gonna just go through this. Why am I in jail? Who are you?
Please, sire, we must keep moving.
I don't know what I just clicked. Hopefully it's fine. He took off his limiter cuffs. Yeah, right. Those
Better not close this one.
those wrist weights were just holding him down.
Don't try anything. Looks like
What's his backstory?
Just stay out of our way.
You know, I don't even think he knows. I will probably invent one. Should this? I don't want to get attached to this guy because there's a good chance he will be unmade any minute now. I don't think I'm getting out of the sewers. For the record, everyone, I don't think we're getting out of the sewers. But Grandpa Joe, yes, we could have named him Grandpa Joe. That would have its funniness as well. Maybe if we have to go be a Breton, that'll be Grandpa Joe.
Close up left. Protect the Emperor.
Oops.
The captain's down.
The captain's down immediately?
That's not smart.
Hey, he took damage.
Are you all right, sire? We're clear for now.
Captain Red.
Do I have spells currently? Yeah, let's go ahead and favorite some of these. I did literally no damage. Shortcuts is R. Okay, so we're gonna set Ancestor Guardian to 4 because that's kind of my panic button. Or no, that's where I normally set healing to. We'll do Ancestor Guardian to 3. And that's kind of it.
I know.
She's dead. Sorry, sire, but we have to keep moving.
Captain dies on the script.
What are
Oh,
you
that's
waiting
good.
for us here.
I can search these guys, but there's no benefit.
Don't worry, sire. We will get you out of here. They won't.
One moment. Got it.
Be the first to
Got a Discord thing I had to check.
blades.
All good. His
I'll
lips
take
are so
point.
red.
Let's move.
If only
Stay
cannibal
on
was a
ahead.
thing,
Don't try to
then
follow.
it could be from the blood of... She'll die even if you kill the Mythic Dawn before they even reach her. I love things like that in games because they're so stupid. Oh, what? Am I supposed to be... They just left me to fight these 2 rats by myself? Don't they know I'm a prisoner and an old man? Okay, so problem number 1 is health regen. Oh, I mean, that's okay. Okay, so we can kill 2 rats. We can kill 2 rats. Yeah! It bleeds, it die, it can die! If it bleeds, it can die! So this right here, this is most of the run. What I'm doing, this is most of the run. Here's the thing, I could look into using Firebolt or something. Well, for one, I don't... Do I have it? I do. I could use Flare, right? But then I'd be leveling Destruction, which isn't going to be useful. You know what I'm saying? Okay, and we run. Up. Up. Oh, I messed up. Ouch. Okay, we're fine. Okay, here we go. Is this the hardest difficulty? Yes, it is. Yes, it currently is. Yes, we are on Master, and we are attempting itemless. It's not that bad. Here, I'll double check just for clarity here. Yeah, we're on Master. Restoration's gonna be so high. Yeah, it'll be... Yeah. Did the rats just leave me alone? Oh no, there they are. I couldn't see them. They were so close. Beautiful. When you get to the room with 3 rats and a zombie, the rats aren't hostile unless you attack them. Good to know. Normally, I would be upset about that kind of a tip, but not today. Not today. Now, the main thing I have to keep an eye on here is that I don't get any diseases off the rats. Master item list, do you like pain? That's sort of the whole vibe of this channel.
not doing it deathless, you know. Guess between 5 times and 6 times really is a lot. I mean, it's about however much that has been. Okay, I'm impatient. Punch rat time. Wait, is one of them... Did I kill one? Game easy. I actually have a feeling they probably changed those rats in particular. Check Captain Renault's body to find a weapon. Nah, I'm good. We're fine. Masochism can be art. Y'all, is this even gonna be hard? Again, I have no reason to believe that this will be feasible in the slightest. Okay, so I've been told that... Are these the rats that will not attack me, or is that later? Actually, hold on. Stealth is not a completely useless skill to us. Let's just not rats, shall we? Okay, so key, quest item, allowed. I gotta go find that key. Already... A good thing is, I've already established quest items, mandatory. Key needed. I'm assuming that's on one of these bodies. Assassin, 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 captain. You don't have it. You guys don't have it either, right? I'm assuming, so I literally just played through this intro. I say that was like a month ago. Probably longer. E over here in that with bow. But rat. Also locked. Do game require lockpick? Or am I just dumb? I'm just dumb. Yeah. I'm just dumb. It's fine. It's fine. So then I can now drop. Okay, so that's... So does this game not, like... Sent your Discord message. I said I read your Discord message. You might not have been here when I said that, but I read it. Open lock spells will be your friend for sure. I can't get those necessarily. So, okay, here's a question, right? For one, does anybody know, are there locks in this game that have to be picked to be accessed? I know you can get one from the Tower Stone, but, like, obviously we don't want to have to do that. So question one is, are there times when picking any sort of a lock is required? For the main quest. Yeah, just the main quest. What about that other quest y'all were talking about earlier? The one that gives you the thing that's very thematic. Does that one require it at any point? Do you know? Also, is there any way through this door other than picking it or picking up that key? You need to pick up a bottle of brandy for that quest. If it's a quest item, it's fine. Is it a quest item? Can't use a spell to unlock things. Yes, we have to get the spell. That's what we're talking about. There's somebody who did a challenge with specifically, can you beat Oblivion without picking locks? Is it that integral? It is not a quest item, no. So, here's the question regarding quest items in Oblivion. How many... Are there quest items that are non-droppable? You can get open easy lock spell given to you. Are there non-droppable quest items in this game? Like, how are quest items coded in this game? There are quest items, yes. Okay. Are there items required to complete the main quest that are not quest items? For example, I don't know, this key that I just dropped on the freaking ground. Wherever that was. Lockpicking's only for looting. And that door. Plenty of undroppable items. The main story requires 1 non-quest item and 2 quest items in the middle, then some more. You need a Daedric artifact. Usually if it has a weight of 0, it's required. think most quest items don't let you drop them. Daedric artifact to sacrifice. So, like, I guess the real question is, do we just loosely define quest items for this one as items required to complete a quest, and therefore not rule out quests that need something like a bottle of brandy because it needs that bottle of brandy? Since as long as I'm not using the item for anything other than a quest objective, I think we call it a quest item. Does that seem fair? I feel like that's fair, right? I feel like if the item is solely used for completing a quest, we're calling that a quest item. Because, like, for example, if we're not allowed to do that, I literally am soft locked right here. I can't go through this door without either a lockpick or a key, both of which are not quest items. So if the hard line in the sand is quest items, the run is dead. We need to pick something else. Especially for the Daedric artifact. Right. So I feel like it's, defaults to the rule, only used for the sake of the quest. Can't be used for anything else. You don't use it for the quest. You give it to a statue to get a quest. But it's still being used for that quest. Like, to get the quest, like, activation of a quest would be a part of the quest. I think that would be totally fine. Like, that is it in that functionality. If there's no other way to start the quest. One thing someone did was with 0 equip weight instead of item list. Yeah, but we're not doing that because then that would allow me to use things. That becomes a very different run. And it's been done. Bound items are 0 weight. Yeah, exactly. That's very different. Again, I'm not asking if there are other... My question is not, are there quests in this game that you can start without needing to use an item? My question is, like... That's not really a question. If an item is required to start a quest, in this game, I feel like you need to call it a quest item, because in order to get out... Like, in order to progress the main quest line, you have to pick up a non-quest item. Like, that's already been established as a thing you have to do. It's your challenge, but you giving someone a thing doesn't make it easier on you. Exactly. Like, I'm not using the item. I'm delivering the item. You know what I'm saying? Have a good night, Penguin. Like, I feel like it makes sense. If you need an item for a quest, it should be counted as a quest item. Right. Like, just because the game didn't count it as that. Like, I'm more of a stickler for that in, like, Fallout, because that game has more options. It's not unique, nor is it weightless. I mean, neither are other things that are probably going to be needed. Cool, kill the rat. JBN did a Skyrim run using as little items as possible because it couldn't be completed with no items. I guess that's got to be the same concept. Well, no, that wouldn't be the same concept, is the whole thing. You could do using no items and no gold. I'm already doing that. The thing is that, like, some items have to be utilized. You know what I'm saying? You grab 10 bottles of brandy. Do they all count? What do you mean by that? Hey, Iconic, how's it going? It's not like you're grabbing Umbra at level 1 and using it, right? Like, the idea is that, like, I'm not going to be benefiting myself for anything that's required for a quest. It seems rather rules lawyer-ish to me. You're saying to allow myself to start the quest or to not allow myself to start the quest? I would say it's very rules lawyer-ish to not allow myself to start the quest. Yeah, okay. Yes, I agree with you on that. Which of the 10 bottles is a quest item, or are all of them quest items? If you know you only need one, why grab more? Yeah, like... I feel like you're trying to really get caught up on semantics for literally no reason. Like... there comes a point when you're making video content for a platform that you need to prioritize something being possible. Here's a fun thing. Let me tell y'all something. The Skyrim no item run that I did that put my channel on the map, I allowed money in that. And my reason presented in the video for why I allowed money was that it wasn't in your actual inventory, like in an item slot. Like I couldn't just go drop it like other items. It was in a different area and I was calling it like a stat. And that I was only using it for carriages, which was just making it less annoying and therefore providing me no benefit. What I didn't say in the video, and what is very much true, is that the only reason that run was possible in the way that I completed it was because I made that carve out for money, which is the real reason I made the carve out for money. It had nothing to do with where it was in the inventory or the fact that I wanted to use the carriages. We all know I'm well beyond, we all know I'm not above walking across the entire map for no reason. The reason I specifically wanted to carve out for money in that run is that it was built around me using Firebolt, which is a spell that I could learn without a spell tome because of the entrance exam for the college. When you learn a spell that way, they make you pay 30 gold for the spell. I used money for two things in that run: carriage rides and that one Firebolt spell. That one Firebolt spell that was my singular source of damage for the entire run because it allowed me to get dual casting and impact, which allowed me to stagger opponents as necessary to complete challenges. I just didn't mention it in the video. And you know the funny thing? Neither has anyone else ever. I didn't lie. I just didn't mention it. Nobody ever once has. The video, without it, for one, maybe wouldn't have happened at all. And for two, probably would have been worse. It was a fun thing. It was a creative way to utilize entering the College of Winterhold that I hadn't seen anybody do. I had a lot of fun with it. I think it worked great. I just left out a bit of information. Same as when you had to use your mouse to hit the single OK button and the no mouse run. There's always going to be something. Right. My whole point is that, like, the end of the day, my focus is on making a good video. Secondary focus is completing a challenge run. But if like a really weird arbitrary rule of, well, technically makes a video worse, I would rather the video be good. And in this particular instance, if getting a very cool thematic thing that would also make me be a higher level and therefore make the game even more difficult, again, this probably isn't possible anyway, but if that would make the video better, then I'm not going to not do it because technically speaking, they have you offer up something that is not defined as a quest item within the game. You know what I'm saying? That's why with the New Vegas one, it was different because I didn't have to use quest items, which is why I was very specific about the beginning of it. That's kind of my whole point. Because also then if you go on the side of, well, it's not strictly required to beat the game itself, there's other ways around it or whatever, that also opens the door to a lot of other annoyances and grievances about, like, at what point, if I have to pick up a key to go through something, but I could instead clip through it, do I now have to clip through everything that could be clipped through, right? Even if it is a quest item, even if it is whatever, do I have to now waste hours on a glitch because of, you know what I mean? Like, there's always something. Do I have to complete the game using like speedrun tactics to avoid anything that would make me pick up an actual quest item? You know what I mean? Like, you got to draw a line somewhere. And for me, that line is what makes the video good. That one seemed large. Oh, that was one of the ones I was supposed to not punch. That's okay. I'm just going to leave all of that anyway. I'm going to leave all of this. Yeah, I think I can just kind of... nope out of here. You know what I'm saying? I don't really know why I would bite off more than I can chew here. I feel like I just kind of nope my way by. MAGOOd, you start over. We are testing challenge runs today, AJ, so no, my file is still ongoing. I don't know when or if I'll be doing it next, but right now we're just trying some challenge run possibilities. Just kind of testing the waters a bit. I also don't know where the crap I'm going, but I'm assuming it's this way. It's gonna be rough because you're gonna have to avoid getting gold from quests. No, see, like that's something I'm not going to do. If I get gold, I just can't use it. I'm not gonna bother trying to avoid it. Right now we're testing itemless. You got a second computer, MAGOO? I mean, what do you mean by, do I have access to one, or are you asking like if I acquired one for the sake of the channel? I'm curious on your question. If you wanted to unpack a bit more reasoning. Hello, Goblin. This way? This way. Seems I'm stuck. Obnoxious. How many things do you have to actually fight here? I feel like until I see that I have to kill something, I just don't bother trying. Right? Like Oh, I could have dropped the logs on them. That would have been fine. I didn't, though. How did I just take... What did I take all that damage from? Somebody shoot me? I remember taking forever to clear this area before, but did I do it for a reason? Or can I just, like, go this way? I feel like I can just go this way. Yeah. Through all that. No, thank you. We tried to beat the original Oblivion and remaster at the same time. Believe it or not, I think you're the third or fourth person to suggest that, and because of that, I know that by the time I could get a video out of that, someone would have already done it. Someone, sorry, not would have, will have. I feel like if it is the Daedric item for Martin Septim, it should be counted as a quest item. I mean, yeah. It's weird tech to get. If it's weird tech to get something that's fun, if it uses a major glitch everyone knows, then right. If anything, once you need an item for a quest, you should be able to count it as a quest item, because otherwise you wouldn't have grabbed it. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Why is gold not valid in this run? Because is items, in theory. Like, the thing is, it's one of those semantics that, like, you know, I fall on the side of, I think it should be allowed, whatever, but people throw hissy fits about it, and so, sure, I'll do it without, whatever. So, you know. No kidding. Well, all right then. Yeah, no, I think I've seen streams where people are already working on it, I'm pretty sure. From what I've seen of the remaster, most of that list I made before OG Oblivion is still valid. I'll have to go relook at that. It's been a long time. I'll have to go relook at it. Nunmer's vow of poverty is a sacred oath, right? It does sound like that would be a funny and thematic thing to get. And I honestly don't even know how much it would benefit. I don't even know that it's going to be that game-changing. All right. Hello.
Rest a moment longer.
Kill him. He might be working with the assassins.
I'm obviously not
He
an
is not one
assassin.
of them. He can help us. He must help us.
As you wish, sire.
They cannot understand why I trust you. They've not seen what how can I listen?
Here's the last thing I'm going to say on the idea of using a quest item for a non-expressly required quest to beat the game. And whether or not that's in the spirit of things. I'm the one who's considering suffering through this. And I feel that kind of puts it in my... What is going on right there? Is that from where... It is. Darn it, Rosie. I feel like I'm well within my rights to be the defining voice of what is and is not within the spirit of this. And I think if I decide to level up, going for a spell that which again would make the game more difficult, but going for a power or spell or whatever it is that removes everyone's items is very within the spirit of what the run is. period. You know what I mean? Like, and if somebody wants to be very, very passionately against that, then I look forward to watching their video, because I'm going to make a fun video over stupidly rules lawyered, rule set. Technically without any glitches, only one main quest pays or gives you an item based on the results. So if you found a way around that mission, you can do no gold item. Again, we already had to pick up a key to get through a door, because you can't get out of the prison without either picking up a lockpick or a key. What is Amber even on? Why is he doing that? He's just vibing, you know what I mean? I like the idea that Nunmer gets insanely wealthy but refuses to spend it on principle. Well, I hope that list helps plan for the run. Y'all have to go take a look at it. You have an auto clicker, you can donate all your gold to beggars. Hey, listen, if I'm using an auto clicker, I'm just using it to work on acrobatics. I don't think about it.
I've served the knights. I know.
Okay, birth signs. This is another tricky spot, okay? Obviously, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Probably not doing thief. Not doing that. Not doing that for sure. Not doing that. Mara's gift could be really good, as well as the turn undead. Like, both of those rituals quite good for this. Atronach is not. The tower is the tricky one, because unlock things in the event that I have to unlock something. Am I not in the spirit of the challenge by not forcing myself to pick the tower birth sign instead of picking up the occasional quest-based key? That's another one of those where it's like, are we really doing this? You know what I mean? Are we making this? Are we preventing picking the most appropriate birth sign just to have the ability to bypass some keys that, like, maybe in this instance they would be quest items, but like, what if it's the kind of thing where it's like, oh well, shouldn't you pick a quest that requires less picking up quest items to get the Deja card? Well, and that's the case, then shouldn't I pick the birth sign that would allow me to skip over certain keys, perhaps? You know what I mean? Like, after a certain point, it's like, because this is not like that would be just for that really stupid thing. You know what I mean? So, anyway. Shield and resist magic. So, Lord and Ritual both have merit. Nothing else really does. Lover kind of does. Although it's a huge hit to fatigue, which obviously matters a lot when I'm punching things. And it's only 10 seconds. I feel like... And then Serpent is poison damage, which unfortunately is stupid. I feel like... Unfortunately that... What do y'all think? Y'all think a 200-point health regen once a day, but again, once a day can be every combat, as long as I can get out of combat to go wait, right? Do we think 200 extra health provides more long-term benefits than 15% magic resistance and armor rating? I think it does, right? I feel like the 200 HP I'll get more mileage out of. Maybe I'm crazy. But I feel like not if you get one shot. I mean, that's fair, but do we really think 15% is going to make a difference if I get one shot or not? You know? You can rechange these when you're leaving, so I could pick one for just the sewers. I mean, I guess that's fair. Vote ritual. Be better for hard fights. The healing would be nice. Our birthstone location gives you open hard lock once a day as an option. Okay, so I guess we can go look. But that's the thing. It's like, I'm not going to go change my stone around, or like rely on just that one, or go change it every time I need to get through a lock, when I could just pick up the key if it's required for a quest and I'm just picking up a key. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like the whole point of an itemless run is that in combat and outside of combat, like, I'm not utilizing items. I'm only using things that you can get without money or armor or weapons or potions, or, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like the focus is an empty inventory and not using things. Bummer on Stark Reality, it only works on one specific location. Why? That is a huge bummer. Never mind. That sucks. That really sucks. 15 with the 75% fire resist, right? Steed for convenience? What, just to move faster? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I enjoy, first of all, no, I don't enjoy suffering, but like I enjoy a challenge, not pointless running. Fallout is better, but you be you. I play more than one game. Wheel of Genres. Most people do. That's all. Your quest is go here, cast a spell, run away. And so rather than making it a spell that you then get to continue to use, they just made it where it only functions in that one instance. Steed for the carry weight for lack of stuff. That's not even what this does. Yeah, I feel like we go rich. That was my initial thought, at least.
The signs I read show the end of my path.
Yep.
Yours might be.
Afraid to die. I'm glad you're not afraid to die.
You may as well make yourself useful here.
Run failed. Torch.
Stick close.
Run failed.
Oh, so let us
Run failed.
You'll be all right.
We're all about it. The semantics, right? Run failed. Oh, shoot. Okay. Okay. So far, we have discovered we can barely kill rats. That's where the run's at so far. Get that crap out of here. Right. Right. I'm playing as a Dunmer right now for the greater power of summoning a thing.
This one's mine.
I wasn't around for the character creation. You should really put some sort of warning on screen before showing the character's face. What are you talking about? He's beautiful.
Not much fire.
He's beautiful and he's ready to rumble. You might be able to avoid getting the torch. I don't care. I'm going to try and make this as clear as possible to everybody. The focus is things that would actually like change how like that the item itself would make my character stronger in some way. That's what I'm trying to avoid. If it's a thing that gets stuffed in my inventory and then I just set it on the ground, I don't care about that. Semantics can be fun. We would have had the excitement of running away from NCR guy if we didn't have semantics. But here's the thing about that, is that was in a game where that was avoidable the entire way through. I already know that's not the case at this one, because I've already had to pick up a key.
I don't like this. Let me take a look.
So, you know. I don't care either. I was just saying, gotcha.
Looks clear. Come on. We're almost through to the sewers.
Okie dokie. There's times when semantics can be fun. We are very much at the point where for this one, I think it has been very much established that that's not what we're doing this time. Because it would not be fun on this one. Because as it is, this run likely won't be fun or possible anyway. Because of the difficulty scaling. So that's where I land on that. So let's start looking more in you know, the direction things are heading in than the direction that I'm obviously not going.
It's a dead end. What's your call, sir?
I don't know. I don't see any good options here. They're behind us. Wait here, sire.
Yeah,
Wait
go get
here
him.
with the Emperor. Guard him with your life.
Sure, will do. It's not worth much.
The Emperor! Am I supposed to be impressed?
I'm guarding the Emperor with my life.
Pathetic.
I'm sure nothing's gonna happen to him.
I can go no further. You alone must stand. Take the
Sure,
amulet
yeah,
from me.
I'm really confused on where he
You
Oh.
chose a bad day to take up with the calls of the Septims.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. For the Emperor! All right, now we're just going to drop this on the ground because I don't want that.
No. Talos, save us. We failed.
It's not worth much, was diabolical.
The amulet. Where's the amulet of kings? It wasn't on the...
You gave it to me.
Strange. The
Yep.
Jo
Joffrey.
the
Okay. This is where things get whatever. All right, let's look at this. Specialization, all 7 skills in your specialization receive an initial 5-level bonus and increase more rapidly. Is this just for... Okay, so let's look at this. I need to actually go look at all of the things. I'm just picking crap for a second so that I can go here and look at this. Okay. So let's look at combat. Armor, useless. Athletics, very important. Blade, useless. Block, effectively useless. Not exactly, but mostly. Can you block unarmed? I think you can, right? Blunt, useless. Hand-to-hand, very important. Heavy armor, useless. So effectively, we got 2 that I care about here. We got 2 that we care about here. Magic, we have Conjuration, potentially useful. Destruction, technically potentially useful. Restoration, very useful. Everything else, useless. Really, Conjuration, Restoration are the only 2 that we're looking at. I'm not really going to be screwing around with Destruction any. We are picking Conjuration as a skill, but I just don't know how. Might just be a cannon fodder thing. I don't know. Stealth, we have Acrobatics, useful. Sneak, useful. Everything else, useful. So we got 2 each. Well, that's unfortunate. So which 2 are the most important to me? Acrobatics and Sneak. I don't think that'll be... No, we don't pick that. We're either picking combat or magic for the first bit. I want to consider mysticism for dispel. Oh yeah, it does give you dispel, huh? Ideally, you'd pick 7 things you can power level to 100 in the tutorial, and then another 7 things when you leave the sewers. Yeah, we're not going that avenue right now. We can always come back if we need to, but... So between combat and magic, for just like... I mean, I don't actually know on the specialization how much... I don't know how aggressively this matters, but... Hand-to-hand athletics... or Conjuration, Restoration, the initial. I feel like we go combat for the initial. Let's just. I'm not gonna think about it too much. Attributes. Strength. Strength is damage you with longswords, claymores, maces, war axes, battle axes, war hammers, and your bare hands. I was like, I couldn't see hand to hand. It says bare hands. Max health and hand-to-hand damage, very important at the beginning. I think strength is kind of the go obvious there. Max magicka, I'm not as worried about. Regenerating magicka, I'm a little bit more worried about. And max fatigue, willpower sounding like a good way to go. Agility is how quick you regenerate fatigue. I mean, obviously that would be nice, but like, I don't think I get much benefit out of it. Speed would be nice, but I don't think I get as much benefit out of it. Max health and regen health out of combat is also... It's between willpower. I think it's strength and then either willpower or endurance. There's also luck, I guess. There's also luck. But I feel like we need to kind of focus in a little bit more. So it's a question of, do we lean in? Because the thing, willpower gives us extra fatigue and faster magicka regen, while endurance is just... But max health might matter. Yeah, unarmed on endurance would be really nice. Unfortunate. Speed to dodge attacks is great. I mean, you're not wrong. I think health is more important. Health probably is more important because here's my thought, right? Most combat is going to be a cycle of me running away and hopefully getting somewhere unreachable, but mostly running away, right? A cycle between running away times and fighting times. What does willpower benefit me there? I have to run away for less time to get my magicka back to heal or do whatever. And when I'm in there, I can punch more. Like I can do more jumps and that kind of stuff before running out of fatigue. But it does not increase the amount of time I'm actually in combat. It just decreases the amount of time I'm out of combat, which sounds like the same thing, but it isn't. If I am in a situation where I walk up and I get one shot, this doesn't matter at that point. Like there's no benefit here, right? I feel like endurance matters more than willpower. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be like, if I am leveling up, then I'll be working with the same. I feel like endurance matters more. Willpower means much faster spell leveling. You mean if you're just grinding? Burst damage over DPS, I think, is the question here. But is it even burst damage? There's no burst. Like, my damage is a tickle. There's no world in which it's more than a tickle. You know what I'm saying? There's no world in which it's more than a tickle. Health is no matter what, low health is more risky. Right? I can't kill something if I'm dead. That's the thing. 1 willpower, 2 health, close 3 endurance. So you don't think, but I feel strength gives me some extra max HP, but then also like, I guess here's my question. With strength, right? Like genuine, because I don't understand how the mechanics work on this game. When it comes to like damage calculations of hand-to-hand strikes, how much does your strength number matter? I'm going to get off here and go back to playing Oblivion Remastered. Enjoy the rest of the stream. See you later, AJ. Appreciate you popping in. How much does your actual strength matter to how much your unarmed strikes do? Does anybody know? Like specifically with the remaster, because that seems like something they likely tinkered with. Does anybody know how much the strength number matters with hand-to-hand? Because like, for example, I know speed and athletics are also in a similar place where they both modify a similar situation. What's the breakdown between what's more important, strength or hand-to-hand? Favored luck and thief sign means plus 15 luck, which counts as plus 6 to all stats. It's the equivalent of getting 3.5 extra levels. That's great and all, but I can use 6 total stats, maybe 7 out of all of them. So that's not 3.5 extra levels because most of those stat points are completely meaningless for this run. I know like strength increase, but like, I guess my question is it a noticeable difference of hand-to-hand damage to pick strength, like to put points in strength? Because I could do willpower endurance, right? I could do willpower endurance. I'm not doing the luck thing. Hand-to-hand damage is health damage is equal to 1 plus 10.5 times strength divided by 100 times the skill divided by 100. So you need both. Strength stat does not affect hand-to-hand damage, but only strength stat does affect hand-to-hand damage, but only up to a certain point. While hand-to-hand damage initially scales with your strength, there's a cap at 100. Can you read a spell book but not pick it up? That's a fair question because that works like that in this game, huh? Oh, hold up. That's a very interesting question that might make us want to get back to the drawing board things a bit. Max 15 damage without the tiny buff from luck. Got it. Okay, so hold up a second. I haven't been considering that because I've just been assuming that spells generally are going to be so inaccessible they're not worth considering. How does reading spellbooks work in this game? Does that function? Because if so, a mage build might make more sense than what I'm doing. Varies from book to book. Items in your inventory are items in the world. But that's the thing. I'm allowed to, like, interact with items. I just can't add them to my inventory. And again, we're asking about spell books, not skill books. Never found a book on the ground. I don't know if you can in an inventory. Yeah, if it's in a chest, I don't think you can you? I don't think you can read it without adding it. And that would still feel, that would be using inventory. I think we stick, okay. I think we hold true. So it sounds like effectively the lower... So like if we're doing that formula, right? So I think my strength at the start was a 40, okay? If I don't pick this. So if we do... Okay. So 1 plus the total of 10.5 times, let's do 0.4, and let's just assume that I get hand-to-hand of 50.5. That'd be 2.1 damage per attack, or I guess 3.1 once you add the 1. But if it was like 0.5, I mean, okay, that's a pretty significant difference, actually. I feel like we do want to do strength. I think I do this. You can also buy them from a shop. Yeah, but I'm not allowing money. No, I don't think we're gonna be able... I don't think we're gonna be able to get enough spells for that type of spell for it to matter. I think we go endurance strength. Obviously, y'all can't freaking see right now, but I think we're going endurance strength. Oh, you can see it over here. I think that makes the most sense. And then major skills. I think we do athletics, hand-to-hand, conjuration, restoration, acrobatics, sneak. And then the question is just the last one. Nothing in the stealth skill makes any sense to pick. Also, acrobatics, I could debatably remove, because the only thing picking this does is make it level up faster, right? Gives you the initial bonus and makes it level up faster. Acrobatics is quite easy to grind without this, as I found from my other playthrough. Like, it is in league with all of my major skills without it being a major skill. So there's a merit to not picking acrobatics because of how easy it is to level up. And so let's look at these starter spells again and make sure none of the other ones are ones that I'm going to be wishing I had gotten. I mean, there's merit to getting protect. Let me ask y'all, does a 5% shield effectively... Is there any world in which that is going to make any amount of a difference for a 5% shield for 30 seconds? I feel like it isn't. That's what alteration gives you. Plus open very easy lock, which as we've determined is no, that's a waste. I don't think there's any world in which using the... I don't think that's worth the magicka to cast and deal with, like, and maintain, right? Especially since it'd be leveling a skill that I'm not using for anything else. Base level protect is going to be useless unless you intentionally avoid leveling up. Or baby rat. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Now, turn undead is conjuration, which we'll already have because we're taking that for summon skeleton. Even if it only takes 1 hit, that's something. So then there's destruction, which would get us cold touch and shocking touch. I don't know that that's gonna matter. It's 15. The stronger of the two is the cold touch, which is 15 points of damage. I don't feel like that's worth dealing with destruction. Like, I don't think we're gonna have the magicka to support casting it much. That magicka is gonna be better spent on the minor healing that I can do. Illusion is obviously not helpful whatsoever. Now, minor dispel. Could someone please explain dispel to me? I don't understand how that functionally works in this game and what that's actually meaning. If anyone can give me like the quickest crash course on that. Remove spell effects. All spells have a value and it removes 25 of that value, meaning it runs out faster. So it's like if you get a debuff, it just makes the debuff end more quickly. Is that how it is? It just shortens the timer on your debuff? Is that how that functions? Magic-based spell effects from the target. The spell can work to immediately cancel almost any magical effect that has duration. However, it only works when the source of the effect is a spell. The spell does not affect abilities, diseases, cure, yada yada yada. The spell also does not appear to remove effects from potions or scrolls. Okay. So so you're saying there's merit to considering, like, is that going to matter in the long run? Like, is there going to be enough uses for? I would be picking mysticism specifically for minor dispel. The rest of it doesn't matter. I mean, I already started getting some debuffs on my other playthrough. I'm just curious as to how many of them are going to be in a situation where I'll have the magicka to cast dispel over like trying to wait it off. Better to have and not need than need it and not. Well, here's the thing though. If I pick it, that's preventing me from picking a different major skill in its place. That's the only thing. Which again, if I could always swap it out for acrobatics and it just take me longer to level acrobatics. Acrobatics is going to be important to power level. So it'd be nice to not have to do that. I mean, I guess acrobatics is one I could swap out at the end of the sewers. I don't think you get any of these spells until you actually leave the sewers anyway, so picking it now wouldn't matter. Restoration I'm already picking, so I don't have to look at those. Okay, and so the other things worth considering here. Block. I don't think that's going to come into play much at all. I think the answer is always dodge. The answer is always dodge and never block, if we're being honest. Like, I'm just not going to be able to take hits. So I don't know if any mods are on the YouTube chat side of things, but if not, maybe poke in there. Alchemy, alteration, destruction, illusion. Like, is there anything better to pick than mysticism? Light armor, marksman, mechanical, security, speechcraft, like. I feel like is there anything else even worth? I mean, I guess there's destruction, right? I guess there's destruction. Is the only other question. Any particular reason to take speechcraft? I cannot imagine what there would be now. Because also that's really easy to level up anyway. I don't think so. Like if we need to level speechcraft, we can power level speechcraft pretty easy. It is not. I leveled it like 15, 20 times at like 10 minutes or something with it as a minor skill, so that's not a big deal. I mean, really, the thing is, the magic ones, I should err on the side of those because, like, I feel like I should err on the side of these because they actually, everything can be grinded whether or not you pick it, but these spells can't be gotten if I don't pick them. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only way to get the spells. Obviously, like, illusion, that literally, the spells are less than useless. Alchemy doesn't give me any spells. Alteration would literally just give me the 5% shield that I don't think would be worth the magicka to cast, as opposed to just using that to do an extra summon, which will just tank one whole hit for me if I can get him out in front of me and they attack him instead. You know what I mean? Like, as a distraction. I think the magicka is always going to be better used elsewhere. I could do this. I could do that. You know, I don't think I'm going to use touch spells for anything, but I could do that. Are you planning on punching enemies 35 to 50 times? Or do you think you'd be wanting to find an alternate in those cases? Please see the next video I'm posting. Yeah, no, I'm more than willing to punch somebody 35 to 50 times. If nothing else, even if I punch them 10 times while using some alternative form of damage in between, like, it's good to have. Difficulty doesn't affect NPC by NPC versus NPC, by the way. I do know that. I do know that. I don't think we're going to use the destruction spells, but I also don't think... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick acrobatics for now. I want to see... I'm almost positive you don't get any of the spells until you leave the sewers. I'll see. If I get them, I can always reload, pick destruction, and then like swap it out. I'm playing on master difficulty. Iconic. I think I do this like I was originally thinking. And then if I want the destruction spells, I can swap to it at the end, and that way I can get bonus. I can grind acrobatics if I want to right now. You get them right away and keep them after the reset. Are you sure? Because then the question is still, what do I want to end with? I thought Google says so. Hopefully I have a save that's not too far before this. I mean, I have a quick save that wasn't too far before this. All right, we're still going to do this for right now, I think. I think we roll with this. I think I've been staring at this too long, and this is a test run anyway. Overview. This is sad. That's my subclass, or whatever this is. My class is just sad. Create sad class. Yes, this is a sad class. Sad. Continue. Yes.
Really? I would never have guessed.
Would you not have?
I don't think you'll have any trouble with rats and goblins.
Whenever you get the chance. I saw some DMs earlier. I just, not really an appropriate time to reply. I saw them.
You must get the...
Okay, so now let me check. I'm not going to use a quick save here or anything because I want to go... So I have the Mara's Gift. So I do have all the spells. Interesting. And we're thinking they don't go away? Because if that's the case, then I could just out the gate, make a custom class, pick every single school of magic, and then just pick whatever I want on the other side. And that way I have the spells in the event that I need them. You know what I'm saying? It feels like kind of a no-brainer to do. I mean, obviously I still have to be able to clear the sewers, and I'll pick hand-to-hand. Like, I still would... Right? And level them a bit so you can cast the spells you learned. Oh, I guess that's fair. That's fair. I'll need to make sure I can actually cast them. Well, I mean, the spell... Do they give you spells that you have to have 25 in order to do? Do they? Is that a thing that it does? There's some spells that don't require that. On your character? I'm just saying, like... I'm saying, like, the starter spells they give you, are there any of them that are... below novice rank? Like, do they give you any non-novice... Are any of these not novice spells? They should all be novice spells, right? Like, where the crap does it actually show that, and why do I keep forgetting where it is? Where does it say it? Where does it say the thing? Am I blind? Where does it say what its skill is? It doesn't say it. Why the crap not? That's so dumb. I hate that. I actually hate that. That's really stupid. I mean, I can just Google it, right? At the end of the day. I'm going to end up sticking with Conjuration and Restoration anyway. So the only ones that would matter would be Destruction, which I can cast Flare. So I'm good there. Mysticism, which I'm probably going to keep anyway. Although, okay, here's the question. if I don't end up getting more spells from it, right? If I'm just wanting access to minor dispel or whatever, as far as spellcasting is concerned, I'm just sorry, these are very rudimentary questions. What do leveling the spells, like what is the difference, I guess, between if I'm casting minor dispel? What is the difference between my mysticism, if I'm only casting this spell, between my mysticism being 25 and 100? What difference does it make? Is it just magic cost? Is that all it is? Is it just lower the magicka cost, or does it not even do that? I'm assuming it does that, right? Lowers magicka. Okay, so here's my thought: is that I doubt I'm going to be using minor dispel a bunch. Like, it's not going to make that big of a difference. So what I'm thinking, and then access to higher level spells. I said, but if I'm only going to be able to be casting the one anyway, is that what I'm thinking is mysticism isn't worth keeping, right? As a chosen option, it's just worth getting the spell and then swapping it. So destruction, I think, is probably worth keeping as an option. So if we're looking at our 7 different options that we want to leave the sewers with, we want, I think, athletics, hand-to-hand, acrobatics, like sneak, restoration, conjuration, destruction. I feel like that's definitively what we want. Alteration's not really going to be useful unless we have some means of getting a significantly higher level alteration spell. It's not going to, like, matter. You can AFK level sneak and pick something else. I'd rather not. I'd rather not. Alteration's good for chameleon. Where can you get chameleon without using money? No, wait, that's illusion anyway. That's illusion. Still, question stands. Where can you get it without items or money or anything? How can you get a chameleon spell without any of that? Where is that at? And how? Is it a part of a quest that I wouldn't otherwise have to do? Because then that comes back to the same crap we were talking about earlier. Like, I don't want to... I understand chameleon's, like, broken from everything I've ever heard, but, like, I don't think... Chameleon's illusion 50, I believe. But, like, how would I get the spell? It doesn't just give it to you. You have to get it somewhere. Where would I get the spell? If I can't get the spell, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't need illusion if there's no way to get it. A chameleon can be the best thing ever in history, but if I can't get it, it doesn't matter. Without money, sigil stones with their items. Yeah, I'd have to be a non-item means of getting it. I can't buy the spell. I can't craft the spell. How would I get it? From my understanding, there's no means of acquiring a chameleon spell without either money or items. You can, okay, yeah. So there's no reason to consider that. I don't think there's any reason to consider anything with illusion. Like, I could take it here just to get the spells you even get for it would literally just be for effectively candlelight, which admittedly would be nice to have. Now that I think they patched that and it actually works, right? It just could be a starlight. It could be nice to just have it, I guess. The birth sign. Which birth sign? That's invisibility, not chameleon. The birth sign one's invisibility. Okay, when's my last quick save? I think I know what we're doing here. I think we're finally going to move forward. Is this right before or right after? I'm assuming right after. I'm going to do this. Shadowstone gives you a greater power, 15% chameleon for 120 seconds. But yeah, if it can't scale, then it doesn't matter anyway. 15% chameleon doesn't do us any good. There's a specific... We are currently scouting for itemless. Starshine. We are currently scouting for master itemless. And just trying to put together the most likely build to be able to do anything, and then seeing how that looks. Am I supposed to be talking to you?
I can go no
I
further.
am. Oh, I failed.
You chose a bad day to take up with the calls of the...
We're gonna do a new quick save here. Before, so he's gonna come in and be sad.
The Amulet of Kings will be...
Ouch. Oh shoot, you actually do come through there. Last time he got stuck. For the Emperor! Okay, so he's coming over here. So we're gonna do a new save so that I can revert to this instead of having to wait for that again. I just checked and all the vanilla convenience spells have to be purchased. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I was getting. Okay, this should allow me to go straight into the... Where'd he go? Dude, are we serious? He's broken. Okay, cool.
The Amulet of Kings will...
Let's fix this save. Love it.
You thought your secrets could be hidden from the Lord of Destruction?
Wait, is he actually stuck? I need to dislodge him.
Last septum heir was safe from us? Die, cur!
What the crap, dude?
With this blade, I have
Why is it so
severed the
broken?
septum line forever.
This is annoying.
You may slay me, but we have already won.
Oh, is he free?
Age of the septums is
Dude, would you go
over,
kill
fool.
him for me?
A new age is dawning.
It'd be really great if you could get over there and kill him for me, because
When
this is going to
my
take us a
Lord
long
walks
time.
the earth, you
And
shall
while I would be
know.
getting hand-to-hand skill... There we go! Beautiful. We fixed it. I think.
The Emperor.
Okay, then get to the Emperor, my guy. He's right here. You are very broken, huh? Good. We're just starting. I mean, I'm 3 hours into stream, but like we're just starting the quest, the gameplay bit. Look, you're sad. Aha!
Follow, save us.
Now we fix the save, right?
We failed. The Emperor.
Give it to me.
Drop. It. There are.
Okay, so we do custom class, we do combat, we do strength, and we do endurance. We do just in case we need any of the spells, we pick all of those, and then that'll get me all the spells just so that I have them. I mean, other than illusion, or no, because I wanted... What were the illusion? There's 2 spells. What are they? Are there 2 spells for illusion? Prism, restoration, alteration, conjuration, destruction. Oh, Starlight's an illusion spell. I'm so used to that being alteration. My brain not functioning. Yeah, so we do them all. Okay. Meaning getting out of the sewers is going to be annoying. Do we grab hand-to-hand to get us through, or do we grab acrobatics and plan to not keep acrobatics? Nah, I feel like we grab hand-to-hand to get us through, and then we switch to acrobatics. Because at the end, what we're going to switch to is hand-to-hand athletics. We're going to keep restoration and conjuration. Then we're going to have acrobatics and sneak. And for the last one, we'll probably end up taking destruction, just in the off chance that I end up going in that direction later. Yeah, I think this is how we do this. Overview. Sad. Yeah, we do that.
Really? I would never have guessed. You... Good.
Okay. Whoops. I was clicking through so aggressive. Okay. So now we're just trying to get out of here. But we should have all the spells now, and according to people on the internet, they'll stick around. We'll see. They might not, and if so, then we just did all that for nothing. Oh, wait, did he give me other... Okay. Empty otherwise. Like, I just opened that with Barris's key, and now I don't have that key. So what gives with that? Okay, let's just gonna try and get out of the sewers here. Have I still actually not died? I just reloaded every time, right? Because we've been testing crap. Yay. I'm lagging. Let's hope the crashes don't start up here, like, immediately. How am I already lost? Up. Gate activated elsewhere. Where is elsewhere? Gosh, see, this is where game knowledge would be a nice thing to have. Alas, though, I don't. I'm done here. I know there's a freaking thing on the wall, and I just am not seeing it for some reason. Gosh, I am actually lagging real bad. Oh shoot. I don't have acrobatics. Last time I had acrobatics, it made this much easier. There's a thing on the wall, right? Or am I freaking crazy? It opens there? Hello? I'm not actually asking for answers here. It's okay. I can aimlessly run around for a second until I remember where I'm going. It's no big deal. Oh, this just opens. Silly me. There's a similar spot later where that's not how that works. Oh, we just leave. Oh, okay. Cool. And so now we want to edit our class. Custom class. Combat. Strength and endurance. Sorry for what y'all just witnessed. We're going to do that. I think that's the lineup, right? I think those are the only skills that might be beneficial to level up at all. And I might be proven wrong later if we can find a spell that I'm actually able to get pretty freely that is alteration or illusion or something that's really helpful, but like obviously not useful. Obviously it doesn't matter. Obviously not useful. Obviously not useful. Obviously not useful. Like that's fine. Okay. No, or well, the schools of magic are the question marks, right? These three, there's always the chance that we could come across a spell that actually makes a difference there, right? We could have an invisibility spell that matters in some context. We could have a actually defense altering or like some way to get a paralysis spell that nobody's thinking of, but like I feel like it's unlikely. Alchemy obviously doesn't matter. Blade, blunt, heavy armor, and armor don't matter. Block technically could, but I'm not going to be doing it. I know myself. I went through all the spells on the wiki. Here's a list of spells that you can get from quests rather than buying them. Captivate, shock, shock plus fire plus frost, buoyancy, open, easy lock. What's captivate? I guess I can just go look. I'm looking. Charm 10 points for 10 seconds. What does that mean? What does that mean? Charm for 10 points. What does it mean for 10 points? I don't know what that means. Up to a level 10 NPC. But it only charms them for 10 seconds and it's a touch spell. Yeah, and then the rest of those sound completely not like they would matter. I mean, obviously, the destruction ones maybe. Buoyancy, open, easy lock, like... Weak fireball isn't bad. Are you talking about the flare thing I already have? Or are you talking about... Regardless, no, I think we're fine. I think we're fine with this. No, it's a spell you can get. But, ow. Oh yeah, that wasn't on your list, but that is a quest one. Let me just do this. Let me just look at the word quest. Control F-ing it. Yeah, buoyancy, minor latch crack. What a weird. Nope. Weak fireball. All right, so what's the deal with Finger of the Mountain? Let's unpack for a second, because I'm looking at that one and it's confusing as heck. And Wizard's Fury, like, what are those? Specifically, I guess Wizard's Fury is a quest that is what I'm asking about. I don't even know anything about the quest. I'm just looking at this. Is this like later on in the Mages Guild quest line? Because we're not going to be doing that. Yeah, the mountain uses an item. Mages Guild quest? Gotcha. Either way, none of that matters because I'm already taking destruction, so it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, no, I think this is the right way to go. This is the right way to go. Sad. Continue. So this is all good. Yep. Continue. Why is it not letting me do this? Why are we broken? Do I need to do this again? Was that correct now? Athletics, acrobatics, conjuration, destruction, hand-to-hand restoration, sneak. Yeah. Okay. That's us. Why does it have his picture though? Is it just... It all looks correct. This all looks correct. Sadder class. Yeah, I think we're good. Double checking birth signs. I still think ritual's the right way to go. I just think it is. Especially because until we get to a higher hand-to-hand, we can't hit ghosts. That also will just be, like, helpful to have a little bit. The turn undead, I think, won't be completely useless. I wish there was a way I could... I thought Atronach was viable, but it isn't. Without being able to, like, take a potion. It's not, in my opinion. Lord is tempting. Lord's very tempting. But no, I think we're going this. I don't think any of it's going to matter anyway, because I don't think I'm going to be able to do a single freaking quest. Whatever. We rolling. We roll out. And we get our butts kicked. That's what goes out. That's what happens now. Freaking 3 hours into a stream. Of course, the stream started like an hour late, but still 2 hours into a stream, and that's what we've done. Okay. Cool. We just rushed main quest. I don't think there's any reason not to until we hit a wall and need to go level something. Right? Like there's no reason not to just follow quest ping until not. Deliver the amulet. Yep, got it. That's what we're here to do. I'm very curious to see how quickly I'm going to be able to level acrobatics. with having it as a main skill. Hello, Joffrey. I feel like I had this conversation with you during my last stream because I did. So I'm skipping through it, everybody. We just did this during my last stream. You could reset, pick all spells, and reset again if it was harder to get through the sewers. What do you mean? Oh, right there, you mean? Would that work?
It waste no time.
Also, I did want to check. Do I actually still have these? I don't. It takes them away from you. Wait, no, did it? It didn't. It didn't. We're good. I was clicking on the wrong one. Or did it? No, it did, right? I don't have to spell anymore. It takes them away. We gotta go back. Because I was wanting to spell. Right? So it does take it away. We were doing this all off of a wrong observation anyway. So now I have to decide between, for that last slot, if we want destruction, mysticism, or acrobatics. Because we don't have mysticism right now, which means we don't have dispel. We could not do acrobatics and then just like power level it somewhere else, which is probably the most sensical option. So I think we just go back and swap acrobatics for mysticism, which do suck, but whatever. So we go here. My quick save is the best thing I have right now. Okay, so we gotta do the thing again. All right. At least I know not to turn around and run the wrong way this time, right? Okay. All right, we do this again. One more time. Edit class. Custom class. Combat. Next. Strength and endurance. Next. We want to go over here. Now that we know this doesn't work, we want to keep mysticism. We want to keep destruction. We want to keep restoration. We want to keep conjuration. We want to grab sneak. We want to grab athletics. We want to keep hand to hand, and we're not grabbing acrobatics because we're going to power level that anyway. Cool. That's what we're doing instead. And if we need that illusion spell that lets you... Oh, that means no freaking candlelight. That's annoying. It's so dark. But, like, I can't ditch... I'm not ditching athletics. I mean, I guess there's probably some AFK-able way to do that, but I don't want to. I mean, I guess I could do it with sneak, right? People have said... Are people saying that you can... There's an AFK way to grind sneak because of original Oblivion or because it's been proven to work in the remaster? I would like to hear from multiple sources. You would have already done it. You have to do it here? You power level at the 3 rats that don't attack you. Oh my gosh, this is obnoxious. This is so obnoxious. You can level sneak anywhere. Well, I need a consensus. Y'all gotta make up your minds. Is this the easiest thing in the world to level, or is it only the easiest thing in the world to level at the place I already went by, and then I should go AFK for an hour on stream? You just walk around near a random town guard for sneak. That doesn't sound like... Hold on. Let me try some. Sure, whatever. Okay, so I can change class and then walk around. So hold on. Let's just... No, don't know that this actually makes a difference, but I'm gonna do that. Actually, no, because we don't want the bonus if we're grinding it. So we want to leave those. Increase more rapidly. That. Okay, hold on. So we do that. We do freaking do that. Sure. Can I do? Cannot contain special characters. Okay, let me just take a second here. Yep. Okay. Like, does this? Because like I'm not moving into the wall. Like if I'm holding the button and I'm not moving. So like auto walking is not a thing that's happening. Unless I'm like I can't just walk into a wall. My sneak is increasing. Like I could just do this, I guess. But like you can't walk into walls on the remaster. Which is why you need the controller. What's the benefit of the controller? Just because you like rope where you're like looking in circles. So what you're saying is, again, I don't even know that I want sneak power leveled, because there's a world in which I actually want to level up, and if I do, then like so what, you just do this? You do this? This is leveling sneak in this game? That while walking. I am walking. I'm just walking backwards. I guess I should be walking forwards, huh? What am I detected by? Oh, hey, what's up, sewer rat? Oh, this rat's chill. Said it was easy, not fun or entertaining. I mean, yeah, I figured that much. Spamming pickpocket on a prisoner is surely quicker. I can't spam pickpocket because item. So I would need to like... You don't have to take an item. What, you just fail pickpocketing over and over? Is that what you're saying? So this is the pinnacle of Oblivion gameplay, huh? Problem is he's pacing. Also, like, yeah, it would have to stay here for a long time. I mean, I was considering wrapping up stream anyway. Do we want to just start with, like... This is so dumb, though, right? I don't know if I would consider it power leveling if it's this freaking slow. Also, like, look straight down. That's a little bit less disorienting. But it also seems a little bit less effective. Like... I'm just trying to figure out... I'm just trying to figure out if there's... Like, does it end up... And there's also this.
Lansks became a member. Lansks celebrates 6 months of membership. You spin right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, right round.
Lance, thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate it. So then there's also the question of, okay, so interestingly, if I were doing that, that would need to be a macro if I was leaving that alone for a while. Lance, thank you so much for the 6 months of Shiny membership and for the wonderful super chat or TTS message. Let's get some hype in chat for Lance. Thank you so much. So, like, I mean, yeah, in theory, I could pick acrobatics and sneak and just level them to like 90. I guess it'd be 90 before leaving, right? Which is like the optimal way to do this. And then I just don't level up until I decide that it would be beneficial to with regards to my other skill levels. How's it going so far? It's mostly just like theorizing. Which of these... How do you sneak on the controller? Whatever, I'll just hit it on the keyboard. .72 hours if it's favored and major. 3.78 hours of sneaking. So it would need to be like that for 2 hours. Alternatively, 2,322 to 5,103 open and closing pickpocket dialogues. But you can... So it would be... For me, it'd be 5,103 if I didn't pick it. I don't know how quick those open and close. Don't know. I mean, I could easily just start the next stream with those maxed out. Right. But then there's also the question of, like... Open and close also 2 different buttons. Well, that makes it easier if I was actually doing it actively, because I can just, you know... So let's see, if I was doing this, you know, this way, and I was doing the cannot wait when enemies are nearby. Naturally, obviously, of course. Okay, hold on. Take a minute here. This should work. Enemies, of course, are nearby again as well. Oops, I fell down. I probably went past all the more beneficial spots to do this. Enemies, enemies, enemies. Okay, let's run back a ways. What up, dude? Don't mind me. I need to get away from you guys, if possible. 15,000 jumps. So stupid. Like, I understand that you're supposed to do it over the course of a long, like, playthrough or whatever. Oh, they follow you? Guys, you're being obnoxious. You're still here? Wait, will you kill these goblins? You will not kill these goblins. Cool. Okay. Well, maybe they won't follow me back through. They did. Ugh. What a pain. I don't even think I have acrobatics picked right now, so I'd have to go and do that as well. Just become a temporary React streamer while you grind? Yeah, what do I need to go react to? I've created a problem for myself, huh? I have created a problem for myself. Okay, so we had an autosave here, but they're on me at that point. So this is where my quick save is still in the same spot where I reloaded to. I guess the autosaves were after some amount of getting levels, so I should go there. Oh, also, I guess even though I'm just screwing around and checking stuff, I'll do that. Okay, so Still can't wait because enemies are nearby. Let's do this. Or play Dark Cloud. The problem would be that my inputs would need to be... They'd be on the same machine. Dark Cloud while Oblivion grind sounds pretty legit. Yeah, it wouldn't work with the inputs needed though. Oh, dude, what? Oh, these are normal, these are not the chill rat? Is the chill rat still here? Or did they break the chill rat somehow? No, there's the chill rat. Okay. Will the chill rat get mad for me killing the non-chill rats? I hope not. Because they are a problem for me. Okay, that was not in range at all. I call major BS. You know what? We're going to be hopefully waiting around for days. Could you please kill those non-chill rats? Oh, dang it. Okay, so he's not that good. I mean, I wasn't expecting him to be, but he's slow as butt. Okay, cool. Love it. Love that. Try to level block. Yeah, no, I don't really see that being a benefit to the run. You always cheat, manually set your skill set levels, proof of concept for the run. I mean, yeah. For sure. I don't even know that any of these skills are going to be that big of a deal. That's the other thing, is that, like, I don't know that any of this has meaning at any point. Oh, wait, if I go and interact with this, does it, yeah, that just breaks the combat off. Okay, so that's good to know. Can I wait here? I can wait here. Can I wait here? Can now. So I would do this. I want to see like what this process looks like. Gosh, the lag time on the load in is annoying. If I was doing like acrobatics, this is what it would look like. This is what it would look like if I was leveling acrobatics. I mean, obviously I would want to edit class, custom class. We're on, I put it on stealth to make it a little fast, but I'm not on acrobatics, I'm just on sneak, so I would need to go take off freaking illusion and throw it on acrobatics. Sure. Sadlier. Okay. Yep. So I would do that. And then stand here doing this. I don't think holding forward with the jumps would help because it then bounces you backwards. See, like it... I mean, I could maybe... I'm sure I could find a better spot, but I think it would be negligible. But yeah, that load in is really slow. So yeah, this is what it would look like. And I would have to do that, you said, how many thousands of times? Just lots of thousands of times. And I guess I could maybe optimize more by trying to increase, like, I could do this. Edit, continue, or well, no, custom. And I would go here, and I would do just specifically max, give higher max fatigue. Slightly increases max fatigue. So I would do willpower and agility. Sadly, or I don't want to delete characters. I would do that, and that would make this ever so slightly more efficient. I don't even know if it gets me one jump, to be entirely honest with you, but you know. So yeah, it would be that. So yeah, that's what this looks like to grind acrobatics here. But I can also just like grind acrobatics as I go, and that probably wouldn't be too bad. You know what I'm saying? What this needs is idiot savant, right? So this is what this would be, and then I would have to do the sneak thing, which would take AFKing to grind sneak, which is so stupid. Let's also, because I've screwed this up so many times, let's do a manual save here that I can revert to. Jump spam is not as good as shelf spam, that is true. Acrobatics can be done with 1/10 as many falls that deals damage as jumps. Yeah, I mean, I'm jumping. How many times am I jumping each one of these, though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. So, like, I'm doing over 10 jumps here. There's no way I could fall and take damage and get back up to a height to fall and take damage again in this amount of time. It's just not. Can you eventually jump high enough that you take damage on landing? That's not a thing, right? That'd be a really stupid thing if that were a thing. Downhill you can. Well, yeah, that's jumping for. I'm just talking like standing jump. I literally just hit wait again without jumping first because my brain is off. I do think I'm about to wrap up stream either way, and this would be I could come up with some way to make this like I have no thoughts on how to make this stream entertaining. But I could come up with some, and we could do that. Although that would be really stupid. Albeit, any challenge run that's based around the lack of items is going to need these skills. Like, doing this grind item list would allow me to potentially just, like, set a save right before the exit there where I can still edit everything and know that I've done it without, like, touching anything. It really does get faster when you get the perk at 50, though. But, like, also it's an exponential, like, level curve, right? So, like, I don't know that it would actually get faster as much as it just kind of resets. Can you... Fast as far as number of jumps before you have to wait. Yeah, I guess that's fair. And the waiting is really slowing it down. How many skills can be grinded up in the sewers? I mean, obviously athletics in theory could be, but I don't know that anyone would want to do that. Does athletics level up from walking or only sprinting? It's only sprinting, right? There's no way to like fully AFK that unless you do like a whole macro. You can also be casting spells right now, but like to what end? Like which one would that even, like, what do we want to level up? And should be, I mean, I guess I could conjure a couple skeletons every time. I'm mostly just doing a proof of concept here. I just don't know if this is how I want to approach this challenge. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if this is how I want to approach this. It seems lame as crap, and like it's not gonna make for... Like, it feels like what I'm gonna end up doing is making the character what it is. Walking out that gate. And then either succeeding or failing with no growth or change or anything happening for the entire run. My character will be what they're going to be out the gate, literally out the gate. And then it's like, what kind of a narrative for a video can I build off of that? There's no forward progression. It's just done. Unless I decided to start leveling up, in which case I would immediately jump to such a high level it would screw over like everything. Like that. I'm saying, like, I don't know that I want to do this. regardless of efficiency's sake here. I'm worried that it just makes a really boring video. Like, acrobatics is one thing, right? Because you're just jumping higher. Like, I don't feel like there's going to be too many times where that's like this world-altering thing. It's just like a convenient thing to have. But like, if I sit here and I optimize everything to where the point that I use minor wounds and the summoning skeleton and even protect if I wanted to level, you know, alteration. Like, if I did all of that and I leave the sewers at level 1 with skills leveled up that I'm probably not even going to use, then it also sort of pigeonholes me into a level 1 playthrough. Right? That's the thing, is that if I level up skills that I don't need, I commit to not ever leveling up. You can select how many times you level. But okay, you see my point though, right? That now the only nuance for the entire run is, do I sleep and level up one more time and then try? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no... It very quickly pigeonholes me, I feel like. And I don't know if I want that. I mean, again, there's a good chance this isn't plausible regardless. Right, because I feel like grinding acrobatics later on in the run, I don't see that being like a plot point, but the kind of thing of like, you know, I don't know, maybe none of them would be anyway. And no items run, it seems wiser to only level skills being used to be more methodical on attributes. I mean, there is a fair point to be made, though, of being able to pick my own level, right? Because you do have to sleep once per level. So, like, right now, if I grinded every skill to 100, I can leave at level 1. And I can choose if I hit something that's a roadblock, and then I say, well, I think I could get past this roadblock if I had a strength of 80 as opposed to a strength of 40. Then at that point, I could choose to level up the, what would that be, 8 times needed. And just one by one go to level 9. Right, and then go back and try it again. Then, oh no, I went too far, and then I could reload and try it at level 6 or whatever. You know, like, the flexibility is still there, but it's just like, can you make an interesting video of, so I punch mud crabs for 2 hours between quests 4 and 5 so I can kill the boss at the end of quest 5. I can do that a lot more easily than I punched mud crabs for 2 hours before doing anything and jumped into a wall for 2 hours before doing anything and walked in circles for 2 hours before doing anything. And then when I hit this roadblock, I just went and slept in a bed 3 times and went back. Like, it gives me something to talk about when the roadblocks happen. Because you got to realize, every time in these videos, roadblocks happen. And if the answer to getting past it is level ups, having a thing that I go do as even just like a transitional thing or a quick montage to throw in or whatever is usually a lot more interesting than I clicked on a bed and went back. It doesn't have that this could be... It doesn't have that this could be done, no items, story feeling that Fallout and Skyrim had. Yeah, it feels like it's going to be not good for building a video. It's more interesting to do the leveling in response to an issue than to do it all before. Exactly. Exactly. That's my point. Is it just like, it makes it more intriguing, because then when I hit an issue, it's like, which skill am I going to go level up to get past this issue? Is there a ledge that I think I could reach that would put me out of the melee range of an enemy? So I'm going to go level my acrobatics now. And sure, then it's a montage of me jumping in a corner for an hour, but like, then it's like I leveled up one targeted skill to overcome a targeted thing, as opposed to me just walking in and already being able to jump clear over it. Right? So like, say there's a situation where in order to defeat an enemy or work on a thing or whatever, you know, I'm in a place like this. I mean, that's excessive. Let me find a better example. Okay, so here, right? I can jump out of there. Earlier I couldn't, right? Maybe I find a combat where the maneuverability from doing that jump right there is the difference between me succeeding and failing, right? If I find that, then if I walk up to it and can already clear that, there's no narrative there. There's no story to tell. Like there's nothing interesting to note. Like there's no noteworthiness there. If I walk up and I can't do it and I go, ooh, but if I could jump onto that and then I go grind 20 levels into acrobatics and come back, like then I can show the problem solving a lot more easily than if I just walk up and don't have to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Like it can be done with the downsides of no narrative. Yeah, the level grind. But at the same time, like in the Fallout 4 version of it, I did just grind up Brotherhood scribes for like 8 hours or something. That was near the end of the run when like the question was like, can I just get, like I was approaching the last couple of quests and I was just like, I'm just going to get as strong as I think I need to pass these. And so like at that point we had done other shelf grinds and all that kind of stuff through different things. So like, I just generally tend to lean towards let's slowly level as we need to, as opposed to let's do it all at once at the beginning. Also, shelf spam is at the very start too, right? I've never once shelf spammed at the very beginning more than maybe 5 levels. In my idleness run, I did not shelf spam. I was going to ban it using it altogether until I realized that it was largely going to be impossible to do so. And so I would only go get a level or two at a time as I needed to. I was anticipating a hard top, so I wanted to give myself a reasonable place to start from. Yeah. Because there's also like just like a human element here, right? Of if I'm going to go AFK, if I'm going to do this and plug in a controller, like I'm going to get extra hardware plugged in to do this, and then I'm going to leave it like that for 2 hours. Why not do that? What's the freaking difference besides wasting 2 hours of my computer being open? Like, what is the difference? You keep saying press Q, but when you hit a wall, I'm not walking anymore. I have ceased. I have ceased to walk. Like he's walking. He's no longer moving. It's not doing that. You're still level. I just tested it. Okay, where's the rat? There's the rat. I've hit Q. That sneak increased before I made it over here. I have hit Q. We'll leave that sitting there while we talk. This seems like it'd be supremely frustrating. Well, the thing is, it'd be incredibly easy to do the grind part. Like, that would be the easiest part of the run. But then it's like, I just, you know. I don't know. Very much feels like nothing's happening. I mean, the rat is now looking at me. I'll move over here. It will be interesting if the sneak levels, even if you're not walking into walls anymore. How long does it take to go from like level 30, whatever I am, to the next one? Feels like... I don't know. Maybe it's still... We'll sit here. It just increased. That's so stupid. It might just have to be certain corners. I think grinding in response does make for a better narrative. I guess you could just make a rule like no grinding in the sewers, right? Because especially being able to like toggle around your major skills here. Like, I know this is a practice that's common in Oblivion for people to do grinding stuff, but like, I just don't know that it makes the video interesting. It definitely makes the video shorter, right? There is that. My videos have been getting a bit too long. It makes the video shorter because I just effectively say, I did this to grind these things, and here's where I'm starting from. But again, if I'm going to do that, rather than wasting that much time, I mean, I guess just so that the timer would be accurate. Otherwise, I could literally just console them in. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is functionally the same thing. So I don't know. I feel anything before the sewer exit can just be kind of mulligan. Like, the actual run starts once out. Like, kind of like leaving the vault in Fallout 4. Right. I'd like to humbly disagree on your assertion the videos are getting too long, unless you mean from a production standpoint. I mean from more than one standpoint, but in some regards, yeah. Like, there are people that will not click on a 2-hour video that would have clicked on an hour-long video. That's just true. So, like, you need to throttle to a certain degree. Some people don't get me wrong, but especially, you know, trying to reach new people. Like 90 minutes of my personal limit. So, like, yeah, for example, I have a 2-hour-long New Vegas no item video that was one of the coolest things that I've ever accomplished and that I'm really proud of. But I know there's people that have watched my other videos that will not click on that one. So, like, you know, your long videos are still only like 40 minutes. That's just unequivocally false. Barring my last video, which was a short video, right? I'll just give you the data on this one. I like, nobody's got the stats more than me on this one. My last video was a short video. It was 35 minutes long. One before that was an hour and 33 minutes, an hour and 21 minutes, 59 minutes, an hour 59 minutes, an hour and 5 minutes, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour 16 minutes, 42 minutes, 46 minutes, 34 minutes, 34 minutes. That was in reverse chronological order. So when I started, 34, 34, 46, 42, hour 16, that was Fallout 4 no items. That one took me 55 hours to complete in the game. Then 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 1 hour, hour and a half, half an hour. Getting longer. They felt way shorter than those numbers. I mean, I strive to make my videos feel shorter than they are. You know what I mean? But like it's more that's better to show good faith effort to beating something with as little grinding as possible versus I just grind it ahead of time. Now, to be fair here, with this challenge in particular, based on what everyone said about the scaling in this game and what I've observed with it as well, odds are this would not feel... This would, if doable, it would still barely feel doable if I grinded everything to max, if I'm being honest. If I'm being totally honest. I swear you've made more videos. Well, yeah, there's not actually that many. I binge watched all your videos when I found your channel. I appreciate it. So like, I'm just so torn on this, y'all, because it's like, the thing is, I know I'm going to have to grind this, and it's just going to be punishing myself, right? The grind will take longer if I don't do it like this, because I won't have the benefit of having everything set to like its major, you know what I mean? Like it will, in the long run, just make the run take longer. I'll have to try more things at less power and like and that's like, yeah, if I get out there and immediately, I'll tell you what, let me, I have a bunch of saves here and I'm probably going to not ever use any of them, but let's take a second here, right? Did I not do a hard save there? I didn't do a hard save there. I thought I did a hard save at the draw free thing. I'm very curious. Let's do something. Let's do something. I'm about to wrap up stream. Well, let me do this. Combat, strength, endurance, acrobatics, sneak. We want hand-to-hand. We want athletics. I'm just gonna ditch mysticism for now. I'm gonna probably double back around. I don't want alteration. I do want destruction. Actually, I'm not gonna be using destruction. Let's just do. This is what I was originally planning. Let's just take a second here, okay? Big sad. Okay. Now again, I'm gonna do this. let's take a second here, okay? I just want to see what this actually looks like. Without doing the grinding and stuff and keeping myself at level 1. I will not be leveling up for this because that will just defeat the purpose of everything. Without doing that, I mean, yeah, some acrobatics happen, but that's about it. Because you can get into the quest stuff pretty fast. So let's do this. Let's do this. Hello, I brought you this. Yes. I don't care. I don't think it matters what I click here.
Waste no time. You must
Okay,
find
bye-bye.
Martin before the enemy does.
Yeah, we're just going to go look at what the gate's like. I know what... I've done this next quest, right? That was what I did during my last stream. And that's about... And I've stopped after doing the one. So we're going to go to Kavach and we're going to see if we can get... How quickly we can make any progress here. We have a hard save there we can revert back to. I just want to see what this looks and feels like. What?
Come on!
Yes, run from what? Okay, yes, haha.
What's going on?
Oh. Did I just do a crime? Where's that even? Darn it. Screw me. I need to use a different button. Okay. I was just trying to cut through the dialogue, okay? Put this down.
Come on, run while there's still...
Enter. Okay, I'll use enter to skip. Okay. The more you know.
There's nothing left.
Yeah, we're just gonna go look see what this looks like, okay? We need information gathering. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some information gathering. Obviously this is gonna suck, but I just want to see how bad it's gonna suck and see if I think I'm gonna need like to be at 50 in all my relevant skills before I even try this. Let me go ahead and do this, and we want to set summon skeleton to... That'll be our go-to. That could be number 1. Can you set fists as a thing? I guess you can't, huh? So Ancestor Guardian I set to 3? Yeah. Okay.
Stand back, civilian.
What happened? I need to go and do the thing.
Goodbye.
Hello. Goodbye. Okay. Okay, so that's nothing. That doesn't deal damage. Cool. Does he deal any damage? I mean, they'll kill the thing, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, well, we'll let them handle things out here for a bit. Heely doodly doodly. Yeah, I need to only focus on what I'm actually going to have to do. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm supposed to like fight the stuff here or whatever. Can I choose not to? Yep. Okay. I know you have to like do this later or whatever. I know you have to do the gate. I was just doing it in the same order. I guess I could have just walked in. This just seemed like...
It... Brother Martin? Yes, he's right over there.
Yeah, okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have you...
Just... I'm sure it'll work. Okay. Huzzah. Now we go do the thing. Okay, so he's taking hits, so that's cool. Yeah, I mean, like, this isn't terrible. and everything's low level. I mean, it's not good, but it's serviceable. I mean, these are scamps, you know what I mean? It's like it's not telling us much yet, but it's serviceable. As a reminder, for all of my runs, I do them in the, like, intended order rather than, if there's a sequence break, I usually ignore it. And I just, no, I do. Unless that's the only way I can survive it. Help.
That's what the, some kind, they've...
Whoops, help.
Are you
Yep, I'll do what I can.
Good luck. It's a brave thing.
Okay, let's go close the Oblivion Gate. See how that goes. How much damage do your spells do? Not much. I mean, I didn't... Did I pick Destruction? Flare does 6. Turn Undead's up to level 3. But I have Blessed Word from the other thing. So nothing. Did I not pick Destruction? No, I picked Mysticism because I said I wasn't going to use Destruction. Also, somebody was asking earlier about like health and Magicka. 80 Magicka, 90 health, 133 fatigue. Sure, that's a gate to Oblivion. Okay, so we're in here. Supposed to close the gate. I can't remember if you have to actually kill these things or if you just need to go... I think I can just go do the thing. He did not last long. Ooh, okay. So now let's just, you know, do some other testing. Let's do this. How do you do? He seems to be doing good. Yep. Not wait when enemies are nearby. There we go. And then we just do that, get it back. You know what I mean? Okay, that's good to go. Oh, it's still showing now. Oh, does it have to be 24 hours after he's... Why is it going from 24 straight to 0? Can you not... Do I have to leave to wait? Oh, that's gonna be... Can you not wait while in an Oblivion Gate? Because so that freaking sucks.
Let's get this over with.
I was wanting to try and wait, but... Oh, there we go. Now, maybe? There we go. Should be able to. It might have just been because there was monsters on the other side of the gate. It might have been freaking it out. Yo, it's Turtus. Turtus is my favorite day of the... So that also cut off early. Yeah, it's because of other crap showing up. Do I have it back? I still don't have it back. Wait, is he?
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death.
Why was he fighting my skeleton? Do people just not like necromancy? Is that... Yo, no thanks. I have a skeleton. Hey, it dealt damage. More than what I was doing. I mean, honestly, skeleton kind of going hard. Do I have it back yet? Alright, so in Oblivion Gates, be careful with using this ability. Got it back. Okay, cool. In we go. What's the skeleton's name? Oh, we will want to name him, huh? Alright, let's, we'll worry about that in a moment. So you can jump around the gates. Do I have the acrobatics high enough for this? Nope. High enough acrobatics, you can jump off the surface of the lava. No, we were doing that in the other playthrough. Can you just land on this? can land on this. I don't feel like this services me, though. Well... Ah! No, it does not. Okay, try one more time. I'm assuming I can land on this bit. See, this is where I have a 40 acrobatics. If I had like a 10 acrobatics, that wouldn't be happening. See? It does... It do be making a difference. Oh, well... Close enough. I normally wouldn't go about it this way, but we are literally just testing right now, so I feel kind of okay about it. Can I just activate the war gate? Oh, it's open elsewhere. Well, that's really far away, I'm pretty sure. I don't know lore super well, but I don't think we're getting these open. Ugh, that one doesn't have the thing you could walk on around the side. Oh, those guys were alive for just a second. It's a bummer they all insta-died. What if I do this? Yeah, that seems to be a much better play. I have a skeleton. Distract, my skeleton boy. My beautiful boy. Oh, what are you? Okay, so now what I'm wanting to do, first of all, I want that to be my active quest. Thank you, sir. Why do they fight each other? I'm confused as to who's on whose side while in the Oblivion Gate, but I'm not worried about it right now because I can follow a quest ping. Oh, I saw your suggestion to jump to the rocks just now, so, you know. Whoops! Excuse me, sir. We're back in Edgelord land, so that's cool. Bonk. Let's see what we're working with. Oh, wow, you're just like chilling there, huh? Oh, shoot. Listen, I'm just saying, I don't know that 50% resistance would have made that much of a difference in that particular instance. I'm just saying, I don't really think that Breton, you know, I think if something's going to kill me, it's going to kill me. Even 65. Do you really think that? You think 65 gets me through there? Hey-oh. Okay, and then this door. I'm so glad that my character knows where to go. Because I would have to, like, look around. But, not old Nunmer over here. Nunmer knows where he's going. Because I think I vacationed here once. Why would you want to open a corpse? How rude. Hasn't he had a bad enough day as it is? Hello. Can I just activate your brood cage? So what does it look like if I just summon a skeleton and run? Oh, my skeleton's good. Why is he trying to kill him? My skeleton just beat 2 Dremora.
Over here! Quickly! 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 You must get fight!
Honk. What's he saying?
Have you got the key? You must!
Oh, this is where I have to get I have to pick up the key, right? That is required. Yes, that do be required. A skeleton goes hard. So yeah, Conjuration, it's a must. We are officially calling Conjuration a must. Someone please give that man some water. Nope, that's saying 33, so I need to go all the way back down and around. Blood feast. Blood feast. No, this is the wrong way. Excuse me, boys. Here, you can play with my homie. Look at the store just open? Oh, right. Got the key. Got the whole thing that I did for this reason. And we're booking it. It's like the fact that the skeleton with everything unleveled gets me through this, right? Is like, is it not cooler to say, let's see how far we could go? You know what I mean? Oh, almost. Whoops. Like, I mean, if we're doing itemless here, you know, like, sure, right now, this wouldn't, I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, because also, let's say, for example, I did the thing where I walked into the thing again. This is where I was trying to go. Like, let's say, for example... Oh, well, bye. Let's say I wasn't using the skeleton, right? Let's say I was calling summons the same as using companions. Because people will have that critique. Like, this feels not viable without power leveling something or another. Right? That feels... So that's the other thing to consider is, like, I am definitively abusing summons and will for the entire run. Right? And by keeping myself level 1, my skeleton has a much more even matchup. And I'm doing a lot less of what I'm doing right now. I just kind of got to figure out what sort of specific lineup of how to approach this would make an entertaining video that is also, like, an impressive feat. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. Again, I don't know how much of an issue there's going to be. The skeleton might eventually get to the point where he can't even deal damage. It just like, I don't know. Under sneak with skeleton probably an easy way to get through this. I mean, yeah, one would think. Whoops, I just dealt more damage to myself. I forget to drop the sigil stone after you close the gate. Sure. Is it bad if it chills in my inventory if I just literally don't know it's there? So like I'm very torn on this. Just an enchanting item. Oh, gotcha. I understand, like, yeah, drop it, because, yeah, but at the same time, it's like if I forget for 3 hours and then drop it later, I just want to make sure it wasn't gonna... I mean, obviously, like, I don't have to fight anything here but the one dude anyway. But there were 2 Dremora there that I'd have to be dealing with were I to not have a skeleton, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, what's more in the spirit of things? Is it better to, like, ban my ability to do that and, you know, grind to level 100 on everything and try and punch my way through the game? Or is it better to try and do the destruction spells and use those through the game, like, all that? Like, I don't know how... The problem is I don't know how plausible this is. Is merely completing it under any circumstances, even if out the gate I grinded to level 100 in every single possible stat to grind to level 100 in, and also hid behind a skeleton and the ancestral guardian the entire time, would like doing all of that and still, if I could accomplish it even with all of that being the case, that still be like incredibly crazy. clearing the courtyard is going to be rough. Okay, well, let's go check that out then. That's a fair point. Let's go check that out.
Garage is finished.
You close the... I need... Our...
Pushed. There's nothing left.
Let's go try that, because we got our once-a-day summon available. Go, skeleton.
Damn you!
They killed that thing instantaneously. I shall distract with my body.
I'm just warming up. You
Try to hit me, scamps.
Oh, this is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. You're pathetic.
Alright, we cleared the courtyard. As a reminder, y'all, this is in Master. Genuine question. Can you just summon a skeleton and waltz through Master as long as you don't level up? Like... No, like, I'm genuine, like, if you stay at level 1, is everything low enough level that the skeleton can, like, 1v1 it? But, like, there comes a point where this doesn't work, right? Right, like, there's gonna come a point where this is not an answer anymore, or is this always going to be a potentially viable answer? Yeah, I know summons ignore the difficulty multipliers. Now that's the reason that I'm like, that's kind of where I'm at here, you know. Later quests get hard, you're not gonna have better summons, but I will be able to, like, it would just summoning him over and over still effectively get you there. It may still be viable since the enemies are scaled for your level, not skills. Because, you know, I mean, that's the thing, is that because I know about summons ignoring the scaling because effectively they count as NPCs. And so it's like, I mean, they're a tool in the toolbox, don't get me wrong, but they are a tool that is balanced to a different reality than every other tool that I have. You know what I'm saying? And I'm wondering, is that bad to use that tool since it's not balanced according to the other, like, it doesn't play by the rules of every other tool in the toolbox? I don't know, right? Like, I mean, if I really wanted to, like, make sure that I could do this, I could start out with every skill fully grinded up and, you know, use the skeleton and the ancestral guardian the whole time and, like, it just feels like, and the thing is, none of this should really be anything that I need to worry about because it's a problem on the game scaling side of things. You know what I mean? Like, it is not a me problem. It is a game problem. Like, this is the way they chose to code it, which makes Conjuration significantly more powerful than everything else in any difficulty above normal. So, like, I don't know. A part of me says, especially since I've not been vibing with the Oblivion Remaster as much as other games, that if I can complete it, I should just complete it. You know what I mean? Later on, things will be PC level +5. Right now, it's just PC level. I mean, yeah, that'll definitely make it harder. Don't get me wrong. But, like, again, as a worst-case scenario, it's like, have another conjuration spell? Turn undead as conjuration. Like, I guess that would take a really long time to grind. But, like, worst case scenario, I grind conjuration, albeit slowly, to the point that I could summon him for very, very little magicka. And then if he's just getting nuked, I just keep popping him out there, you know what I mean? And I was already doing, yeah, I'm already not going to be allowing like followers. I mean, I guess that's a fair point. Like, I could always do it, and then if later I decided to try and take it on without allowing the summons, I could try, you know, doing it again later. Use turn undead on him. Does that work? I wouldn't have considered that. Conjuration is just as much as cheese as followers are in the minds of some people. But it is very much not the same thing. And I think it also does make a difference, though, considering that, like, I would assume this skeleton is significantly less powerful than your average follower in the game. Considering he is literally a starter spell. I would think, because again, I'm not like allowing myself to use Flame Atronox, you know what I mean? Like, it would be just this guy. Followers kind of suck. More than the weakest summon in the game? I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. It is 11 o'clock. I have work in the morning. I think I'm going to take some time to sit with this. You know what I mean? Today was supposed to be scouting anyway. I think odds are if I decide to do it in whatever context, I'll probably start fresh anyway, but I'll do a hard save there just in case. I think I'm going to take some time to think. I think I'm going to take some time to think. Because yeah, I don't want people to get, you know, a minute into the video and go, oh, he's just going to be using skeleton summon the entire time? I'm out. That's easy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that to be... I don't want that to be the perception of it. And the problem is I'm not going to know how broken it is until I get farther in the quest. And then at that point, if I wanted to ban it, I would have to start all over. So, I don't know. I do want to start prioritize. Like, I want to just get back into. I want to pick a run and just start doing it though, because I'm not loving the just like directionless streams. Don't work as good for me. So, yeah, we're gonna give that a try. And or like we're gonna give something a try. I don't know what it's gonna be. I don't know. I've hit the point of exhaustion where my brain is not having productive thoughts anymore. So I'm gonna get some rest and think on it. I'm gonna sleep on it and work on it while I'm editing over the weekend. I'll think on it some more, and we'll figure out what we're gonna end up doing. So anyway. Thank y'all for being here. I'm going to stop that, although I don't know that it matters. Thank y'all very much for being here and just for the flexibility with, I know things were a little bit different than normal with the start of stream today, so I appreciate y'all being patient with me. So y'all have a great night, and I will most likely be seeing you Monday. I'm considering changing up my stream schedule, but I don't know if I would do it next week. It might be in a couple of weeks. I don't know. So just keep an eye out for when I post that, whether it be Discord or YouTube community tab, if you're wanting to make sure you catch the stream. And hopefully we can be starting some sort of a run proper next time. So yeah, thank y'all for being here,
And until next time, as always, I'm Magoo. Peace and out.